Kumo Desu, Nani ka? Chapter S29. Shun 29. S29 Offer. Thank you for all your help. We lower our head to Basgas-san. We escaped from the Elro Great Labyrinth, and we lodged in Basgas-san's base for one night. And, it's decided that we will leave immediately to the elf village in the morning of the next day. We are parting with Basgas-san here. Ah. Basgas-san says so and nods. However, is it really okay for me to take all of the materials of the Earth Dragon? It's a fortune if you sell it, you know. Yes. This is a hurry trip, so we can't take it. Please consider it as reward for helping us. Then, I will take it without reservation. Basgas-san smiles broadly. Basgas-san. If. Lad, I'm a humble guide. Basgas-san says so, interrupting my words. It was the answer to the words that I was going to say. Basgas-san is an experienced warrior. I was able to understand it enough in the Elro Great Labyrinth. In addition, he also has excellent judgment that comes from his experiences. To be honest, I want this person to come along with us. But, Basgas-san's word denied it. As for the guide, guiding is the work. Even more, I'm already retired. There's no place for an old man to butt in any further. Basgas-san who says so and laughs. But, he stops the laughter immediately, and begins to talk with a serious face this time. Lad. Although this is my intuition, I think that a huge incident will occur in the near future. There's no grounds, but I always have an anxiety that can't be cleared for these past few years. The riot that Lad got involved might be the harbinger. Certainly. It's not only the matter of Yuigo. The large-scale war with the demons. Taking over the hero. The world movement these days is very active. Because I have guided you all, I will pray that the world change to the better way. Then, the guides will be blessed than we deserve. Basgas-san hold out his hand. I will do my best so that it will become like that. I grasped the hand firmly, and shook a firm handshake. 2 days after we part with Basgas-san. We move by riding on the light drake's back. The place we are heading is the country called Surira country, where the transfer magic circle to the elf village is concealed. The Surira country place is the original religion called the goddess religion, is the state religion that's different from the divine word religion, and it's a radical nation that fought against neighboring nations when we are babies. The national power dropped considerably in the war, and they stay hidden after that, so it's not understood that what will happen in this country. We advanced while being cautious enough. Offer the skills. Then, you will be saved. When we enter the town to buy foods, etc., there were people shouting such words everywhere. The Surira country is the nation that worships the administrator Surreal. Therefore, let's try not to be concerned with them as much as possible. I also agree to Sensei's low voice. It's doubtful whether the shouting man is sane or not. If this is the act of the administrator, it's not a good feeling. What's offering skills? It's said that there are 2 meanings. The first one is erasing the skill by the skill called skill erasure. Can such a thing be done? Yes. Skill erasure is a skill that can be acquired without skill points, and it erases skill by taking a few days. Because it won't stop until all of the skills disappear when it's activated, it's impossible to erase the targeted skill alone. Of course, the disappeared skill won't return. If a person trains again, the skills can be acquired back. Is there a meaning to do that? From what I heard so far, I don't understand the meaning of such a skill. It's only a disadvantage to lose the skills. Even if the skills can be acquired back if a person trains again, the time taken until then will not return, and if there's the paid skill points, it's wasted. It's like throwing away the thing that you accumulate until then purposely. In other words, it's transferred as power to the administrator. Ah. I see. In other words, the power that's cultivated by the people is offered to the administrator. That's the essence of the skill erasure skill. Come to think of it, Sensei have erased Yuigo's skills once. Yes, but that's something like a trick. Erase the other's skills instead of paying a big compensation. Although I say it because it's now, when I activate it, some of my skills are lost, and I slept for many days after that. Because it's a dangerous method that both me and the opponent can die, I don't want to use it again. I see. I thought that it was the best at that time. If the skills are lost, I can remonstrate Yuigo who became arrogant. I believed so. Even though the important one is to regain his own mind as a person properly after that, I have neglected it. And, the result is this. I'm disqualified as a teacher. It's not sensei's fault. Although I thought that it's an unskillful comfort, I can only say that. The bad one is Yuigo who actually took the action. Thank you. But, this is the distinction as the teacher. It's the last education that sensei can do to the former student who's on the wrong path. Sensei's eyes that filled with dark determination. I was not able to say anything to it. And, what's the second one? I changed the topic. I don't know the second one well. Something like offering the skills to reach the god. That's like the words of the religion. Yeah. The clergy who shouts in the town. I wanted to get away from this place that has a dark atmosphere as soon as possible. Kumo Desu, Nani ka? Chapter 186. Chapter 186. Thank you all for donating. Expect extra chapters tomorrow. Can't make it for today. Anyway, the Arachne is here. 186 Arachne. Evolution is completed. Unfortunately, there's no additional skill by evolution. In addition, because I unified with the Queen, my skills have become considerably high level, and I feel that the skills level up is a little when compared with before. Well, this can't be helped. There's a lot of skills that have reached max level, so the skills have already entered the final stage. And, the evolution this time changed my appearance the most. First of all, my body became one size bigger. Although it's still smaller than the adult pterodactyl that I saw when I was attacked by the arch, I grow bigger than the compact size so far. But, to be frank, such a change doesn't matter. The first change is probably the part that grew on my head. A human's upper body has grown there. A strange feeling like having two consciousness. It seems similar to the parallel will, but also different. Like thinking about things at the same time with two brains, or rather, it might be so. Two view existed. One is the same view as before that got a little higher because my body become bigger. The other one is the view of the position higher than it. I look around restlessly from that view. Amazing. Because my neck was connected to my body up until now, I have to move my body to look around. And, a wide range of view can be secured just by moving my neck. The Queen who's reflected in the view. She became quite huge. The middle-aged man. Why is he praying? Hiro-kun. He hasn't wake up yet. Because it will become complicated if he wakes up, I want him to continue to sleep. I look below. It's a breast. Apparently, I'm a female. There's no way a male will have such a swollen chest. I mean, I'm supposed to be about 2 years old or somewhere there, but I'm an adult. I hold out my hands before my eyes. 5 fingers attached, it's the human's hand. I grasp lightly, and open. I try moving it one by one. It's moving properly. I bend down a little and try to look at the bottom. I'm connected to the spider's body around the waist. The joint can't be seen because it's hidden in the spider's body hair. I move the hair out of curiosity and try to see it. Nothing interesting in it, and I was connected normally. Because my present body is very white, I merged with the body of the white spider without any uncomfortable feeling. I bent down even more. The spider's eyes and the human's eyes met. I can do such a skillful thing like matching my own eyes without a mirror. There are 8 spider's eyes as usual. Adding it up with the human's eyes, it's 10 in total. It was the pattern that my eyes increase rather than decrease. The worry before evolution has decreased with this. However, white. My human part is extremely white. Although I was white in the previous life, I think that I have the more healthier white. Right now, my skin is as white as man-made plaster. Because my hair is pure white thoroughly, I'm even whiter. By the way, my hair is considerably long. Among that, only my eyes are red. Because my lips are pale, the redness of the eyes stand out. A white body with red eyes. Human, but it's not human at a glance. However, this is that. This human-type body is just like me of the previous life. It's just like me but not without change. The color is white and the eyes are red too. Some parts of the face have changed too. I wonder what. Although my previous life becomes the base, the feature that I have seen before somewhere is mixed in it. Ah. This is the Demon King. The Demon King's face has mixed with my face of the previous life. Ah. Come to think of it, I'm something like that person's descendant, so it's not strange even if the face is similar. A clone feels more right than saying that I'm her descendant. But, then, it's a mystery that my previous life's face mixed in it. Well, it's a defeat if I think deeply about that. Something like the face reproduced from my memory mixed with the genetic information face, it might be the result that science and occult slightly mixed. Be beautiful. The middle-aged man mutters in a subdued voice. Ah, yes yes. I'm happy even if it's a compliment. Ah, now I'm stark naked. Although I don't mind it because I don't lose anything even if I'm seen, I might acquire the exhibitionist title if this continues. There's no such title though. Well, because wandering around naked feels like it's over for my female level, let's do something about it. With the meaning of experiment, I put power into the new human hands. A white thread extends from my fingertip. Not only from the spider's buttocks, but it looks like I can produce thread from my fingertip. I mean, after evolving into the God-weaving thread, I can produce thread whenever I want from anywhere of my whole body. But, after all, producing it from the buttocks is better in the consumption efficiency. Although producing it from the fingertip has bad efficiency in such a meaning, this is quite convenient. After all, the thread produced from the buttocks can't move freely and it's quite inconvenient. If it's from the finger, it seems to be able to do high movements by moving the fingertip, so it seems that there's a lot of uses. For the time being, I knit something like clothes with threads produced from the fingertip. For now, a makeshift is enough, so I will just make something like a bra to cover my breast. Completed. I'm skillful even if I say so myself. Incidentally, I tie my long hair in braids collectively. Somehow, the hair is also treated like the thread, and it's possible to manipulate it with thread manipulation easily. Although it possibly unified with the God-weaving thread as a skill, I might be able to do severing thread if I intend to do it. Let's experiment it the next time. Well then, finally, let's talk to the middle-aged man. Will the voice come out properly? I will do a little vocal exercise lightly. It came out. Perfect. Kumo Desu, Nani ka? Chapter 187. Chapter 187. 187 Communication Ability. Well then, how should I speak? I mean, can I speak? Well. When was the last time I talked to a person? Gyuri? But, that's the telepathy, so can't it be said as talking? Strange. Crap. I'm getting nervous. How do you talk with a person? Rather, how do words spoken? The middle-aged man is looking at me fixedly. What should I do? What should I say? That's right, at first, isn't the basic to start a conversation is to talk about the weather? Something like the weather in the labyrinth is unrelated. Wah. Seriously, what should I do? Calm down. I should count prime numbers at such a time. Prime numbers are lonely numbers. 1, 2, 3, duh. No. In the first place, 1 is not a prime number. The weather is not good. Something, is there something? That's right, greeting. The greetings are basic. Yosh, first of all, it's hello. I will say it. I will say it. I will say it after counting for another 10 seconds. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. KO. Duh. Impossible. Only the hoarse voice comes out because my mouth is dried. I moisten my mouth with saliva. The voice comes out. However, only to say the word Konnichiwa. It's not difficult. It's not difficult. It's not difficult. Yosh. I can do it. A countdown in the heart once again. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Konnichiwa. I said it. I was able to say it. Good me. I'm impressed of me. Oh. Thank you for calling out to me. The middle-aged man who lowers his head from the praying posture. The pose is a dogza. I will introduce myself properly. I'm Ronan, who belong to the Rings Ant Empire Magic Division. However, if you give me the permission to serve under you, I'm prepared to abandon the nation. I will ask once more. Could you make me as your apprentice? Oh. Wait a minute. Don't talk with such a long sentence all at once. Because I'm thinking what I should say next. Well. For the time being, the apprentice is not good. No. No. Please, somehow. No. Impossible. But, even if I say it, the middle-aged man doesn't seem to give up, and he has the atmosphere that he will follow me all the time. That's troublesome. I must somehow have him return volubly. Appearing here is Hiro-kun. It's that. I must think about a good excuse to let Hiro-kun to return safely and the middle-aged man doesn't return. This hero is sent back, and raise him into an admirable adult. If he's taught by others, he will surely see the things that he was not able to see naturally. He will make this as the task from me. If he accomplishes it splendidly, I will think about making him as my apprentice. A perfect strategy, even if I say so myself. Now, I just need to convey it. Convey it only. Such a long sentence? Impossible. If I speak that much, I will die. What should I do? I might have been checkmated. The biggest pinch ever. Calm down. It's not necessary to say it all at once. It's fine to convey it little by little, even with a word. In addition, I can talk, but because this world's word pronunciation is difficult, I can only talk a few words. Even word by word, or rather, I can only say a word. Yosh, I will say it. Ha. Yosh. This. I say it while pointing at Hiro-kun. Return. Yosh. First of all, was it conveyed to return Hiro-kun? Next is. May I ask? Although I suppose that this boy is the hero, why is he with you? Don't question me back. The words that I prepared for the next can't be used now. Well, what should I do? How should I answer? Because I barged into the war, I picked him? Although it's not wrong in general, how should I explain it? Picked. This is the straightforward one and the closest. What? You don't understand, right? Sorry. Further explanation is impossible. Together, return. I say it while pointing at the middle-aged man and Hiro-kun. The middle-aged man thinks a little. Please, guess with this. In other words, you are trying to say that you want me to send this hero to the country. Good. That's right. I nod. Then, if I sent this hero back safely, will you make me as your apprentice? No. Why does it becomes like that? No. I shake my head. Master. I say it while pointing at the middle-aged man. Apprentice. I say it while pointing at Hiro-kun. Teach. How is it? With this, do you understand? Although I think that it's a miracle if he understands, how is it? You want me to raise the hero. Close. But, he's right. I nod. The middle-aged man thinks about something for a long time. Although I don't know what is he thinking, my broken words might be expanding his imagination variously. I hope that it's not a weird imagination. Yes. I understand. Although I can't foresee your profound thought, it surely has a deep meaning. This mission that you gave to me, I swear that I will accomplish it splendidly. Oh. Very good. The middle-aged man is reasonable. Good. Well then, although I don't want to part, I can't leave the hero like this no matter what the reason is. I will leave at once. Hopefully, I can meet you once more. The middle-aged man who lowers his head deeply. You don't need to meet me anymore. The middle-aged man who leaves carrying Hiro-kun with transfer. Come to think of it, the first one that I talk with in this world is that middle-aged man, huh? Somehow, I feel a little lost. Kumo Desu, Nani ka? Chapter 188. Chapter 188. 188 I'm hungry. The middle-aged man and the hero left. In other words, there are no others. Ah, loner is splendid. I want a detailed explanation by now. Ah, because the queen was there, I'm not a loner. For the time being, I tell the details that I barged into a war after going out of the labyrinth lightly. Oh, Jesus. Somehow, the queen grieved. If it can be held in the head, it's on the crouching level. Why? Hey, main body. What is it? Do you understand your situation? Yeah. If you understand it, why are you increasing the troublesome things other than the Demon King? Oh. It can't be helped Nan. I was irritated Nan. I flown into rage, and have done it Nan. Stop that Nan, fool. I'm sorry. Ha. For the time being, what's done is done. So, is there any possible problem that you actually barged into a war? Nope. To be frank, if it's my present strength, no matter how many people attack me all at once, I can repel them with composure. Well, from what I heard, that seems so. That's why, I can do anything with violence no matter how the human's country is thrown into confusion. Power is everything. It has become a good era. No, it's not the end of a century of somewhere. The order is pretty much maintained properly. If the harmful animal of somewhere don't rage. I wonder which harmful animal is it? That means the only problem now is the Demon King, huh? Yeah. Gyuri never come in contact even if I cause such a turmoil. About the Demon King, do you notice? That has mixed considerably. What do you think will happen? I don't know. To be honest, I can't expect it. Is it alright? It's not. It's a big problem. Oi. No. Seriously speaking, even if Mu in charge wins or loses, she has mixed considerably and changed, so I think that she won't be as before. And, I can't imagine what kind of action that Mu in charge will take in the mixed condition. I don't know the Demon King's personality too. The worst case, she may be hostile. Right. If that happens, there's only one way left for me. I gain experience points in somewhere to be even a little stronger while avoiding direct confrontation. And, reach the administrator class. Can you do it? I mean, I think that I'm one step to there. Although this is something I did on my own, I gave permission to the other queen in charge to advance the erosion. Nice. If the queens are unified, the goal comes into view. What should I do from now on? For the time being, wait for recovery. If the Demon King moves, make full use of the transfer to run away. Roger. The Demon King is still fighting against the Earth Dragons in the bottom layer. Although the Earth Dragons are holding out, it seems to end soon. Whether they can last for another day or not. However, because the Demon King can't use the transfer, even if the Earth Dragons are defeated, it won't become dangerous immediately. Time is needed to rise from the bottom layer. If I think including that, I still have a few days left. I want to do what I can do in the meanwhile. And, there's something that I must do now. My SP has decreased considerably by the evolution influence. Because I was waiting for recovery before evolution, there were not so many stores of the SP. The stock of satiation empties, and has decreased to about half of my maximum SP now. I must eat. But, I don't want to take the food in the home now. The food here is the queen's food, so it's better to have her eat. So, it's necessary to go to secure food by myself. Because I evolved into the Arachne, I have two mouths that are the human mouth and the spider mouth, but which should I eat with? If it's as before, it's the spider mouth, but I'm interested that what will it be if I eat with the human mouth? I mean, this human is not a papier-mâché, right? The digestive organs are there properly, right? It seems that I have the five senses properly, and because I can think even in the human, I might have the internal organs properly. Speaking of the five senses, will the taste change if I eat with the human? I don't think that the sense of taste in the spider and the human are the same. In order to confirm it, I must get foods. If possible, I want to eat sweet foods, but I can't go to the town anymore. Because I have done it. Although the report probably has not reached the town yet, I won't be worshipped as divine beast-sama in the future. Although I saved them thoroughly, I have returned the harm that was about the same as it. When thinking about that, that means I have received the reward of doing it for free. It's even. Well, even if I think so, the other party will not think so. I'm sure that they are thinking that they are betrayed. I will pass on going back to the battlefield. If I return to the battlefield unexpected after this and continue the massacre, the position of Hiro-kun who returned might worsen. There are still many parts that are doubtful that he disappears with me and return safely. Although I don't know how will the treatment to Hiro-kun, let's have expectations in the abilities of the middle-aged man there. I wonder, can I have expectations? I became uneasy. Well, even if Hiro-kun dies, it's not a hard blow on me, and if it's like that, it can't be helped. It's wasteful if I'm forced to say. Well then, let's go to procure food. Fortunately, I have something to rely on. The 3 huge meats that I marked it and left it all this time. Well then, let's go for a revenge match. Aiming at the Earth Dragon Trio, transfer. Kumo Desu, Nani ka? Chapter 189. Chapter 189. 189 Body Function Verification. I move to the lower layer with transfer. In front of me is the 3 Earth Dragons. Kaguna, Gear, and Futo. As I check them with appraisal, their level never rise. There's almost no growth in the status too. Only 2 or 3 status rose by 1. Although a lot of days have passed since the last time I checked them, they only grow to that extent. There's no change in the skills at all. Rather than saying that the Earth Dragon's growth is slow, my growth rate might be abnormal. Although I thought that I don't have any other cheat-like skill than the Idaten, it might be quite a cheat in growth. Well, that's why, although I ran away from the Kaguna and Gear duo before, if it's the present me, I can win even if Futo joined and became a trio. I mean, it's easy. The main reason why I ran away from these guys before is because I lack of firepower and defensive ability. I lack of firepower and I hardly inflict any damage to Kaguna. Because I lack of defensive ability that it's dangerous to even receive 1 hit, I'm forced to retreat before the duo of the defense Kaguna and the speed Gear. But, I evolved after that, and by unifying with the Queen, my status has rose tremendously, so if it's the present me, there's no losing factor. That's why, I won't use magic this time, and I think that I will fight against the 3 Earth Dragons in a hand-to-hand combat. It's not that I'm underestimating them. My present body that evolved into the Arachne is different from the complete spider type. With the intention of the trial run, it's necessary to grasp what kind of thing it is. Well, it can also be said that I'm underestimating them though. If I don't grasp the difference from before properly with a lower rank opponent, I will be uneasy when I fight against an opponent who's equal or higher than me. In order to evade that, I must verify the Arachne's body in a combat properly. Then, there were only these 3 Earth Dragons. The Earth Dragons in the bottom layer are fighting against the Demon King. The Demon King is out of question. As for the other small fries, the opponent will die before I can try it. Although the Water Dragon is worthy as an opponent, because it's a fight at the special environment called the sea, it's not suitable for the verification. Therefore, concerning the opponent who has the ability to some extent, and is not influenced by the environment, they were chosen. The Earth Dragons stopped moving as having bewildered by me who transferred, and they get into fighting stance like having prepared in the end. ERM. Although they understand that they can't win judging from my presence, still, I can feel the intention to confront me. Although Alaba was the same too, I feel that the Earth Dragons are full of the samurai code of chivalry. I can't understand it. Kaguna at the center, Gear as the vanguard, and Futo as the rear guard. They move to the position. Gear who excels in speed and has steady strength is placed as the physical attacker, Kaguna who specializes in defense becomes the wall, and the variously halfway Futo turns to support. With this, if Futo has a complete rearguard strength, the balance would be good. Although Futo is the same all-rounder type as Alaba if I see in the future, it looks like the jack of all trades and master of none feeling is stronger if it is its present strength. Gear jumps out first, and swing the blade that grew from its hand at me. Although it is fast, judging from my present status, it's the speed that I can avoid with composure. Combining the super thought acceleration and the future foresight, it seems to stop. I dodge the single blow that aims at the human part without difficulty. I think about the purpose this time, and it's not dodging at the last moment, but to release my serious speed to some extent, and dodged it with composure. Then, the human part shook. Oh. The body is pulled on contrary to the direction of movement at the accelerated moment, and it shook by the reaction at the same time as stopping. Ugh, this is unpleasant. Ah, this is no use if I don't straddle properly when moving. Failure, failure. Kaguna's breath approaches me, who's reflecting. This time, I move by putting power to the part where the human and the spider is connected. I was able to move properly this time without the body shaking. Although I stretch both hands sideways to keep the balance on this occasion, from the feeling just now, it seems that I can keep the balance even if I don't do it. Gear catches up with me desperately, and attacks. Gear's speed is 4123. It can't be compared with the monsters everywhere, but it can't catch up with my speed. That's one digit difference. I draw the approaching blade at the very limit this time, and evade it. No problem. The return sword that aims at the neck of the human part is dodged just by having the human part to bend down. The human part is considerably flexible. Although I don't know whether it's the same level as a ballet or a gymnast, it seems that the body is soft, that it can move without any inconvenience on the spider body. If I feel like it, I can make the human body to lie on the spider body looking upward. If it's that condition, it seems that I can move the body similar to the complete spider body. Well, that will kill the advantage as the arachne. I stop Gear's blade with the hand. The so-called the serious catching the sword with bare hands. I just entrust to power and break the blade. I produce threads from the fingertip and entwine Gear that stops moving like being surprised. I swing Gear that was not able to move, and throw it. Throwing it to Kaguna. The two dragons clash with each other like being entangled, and fall over. I approach Futo that can't do anything so far before the two dragons revive. The immature dragon can't react to my speed, and the spear hand pierces the body deeply. Famu. The spear hand has the offensive ability to even penetrate the scale and inflict damage. Further from there, I produce threads in Futo's body. The threads destroy Futo from the body, and take the life. This is nasty. It's convenient. Gear who struggles without being able to break out of the threads, and Kaguna who gets up. I wind the threads around Kaguna. I pull the threads that has the slash attribute as it is. Ugh, hard. As expected of a defense specialized. But, that's only a little hard, and the threads cut the scale slowly, reaches the flesh, and finally, Kaguna's body was cut up. I knocked down the remaining Gear that can't move with a fist. 1-2 punch. Right straight. Hook. It died when I realized it. Conclusion. When there's a hand, it's convenient in various ways. I was able to discover the fault that I must straddle when moving with full power, so it was a very significant verification result. Kumo Desu, Nani ka? Chapter 190. Chapter 190. 190 Cuisine. As for me, who was satisfied after defeating the Earth Dragon Trio, I search for further satisfaction, and I'm currently scale peeling. Troublesome. Because my status is high, it's relatively easy to peel it off, but it's simply tiring to repeat the simple work. Mentally and physically. Did the former body in charge, that's the present Mu in charge, do such a troublesome work all the time? The value of that person comes to light at this point. Finally, I have finished peeling off the 3 dragons scale. It takes more longer than the combat in the sense of time. But, it's big that I can handle minute work with the human hand that the previous clumsy spider body can't do. Thanks to this hand, I should have been able to shorten the time considerably. Well then, now that the obstructive scales have been peeled off, let's taste it at once. First of all, I will try eating it with the spider body as before. Uemu. Strange. It's just a tough meat. Although there's no bad smell, it's like eating the rock as it is. I try to eat it with the human next. Oh, I see. Conclusion. The sense of taste of the human is sharper. Because I have the enhanced five senses skill, the spider should have sharp sense of taste, but the taste can be understood more deeply by eating with the human. This is a discovery. From now on, I will eat not so delicious food with the spider body, and the delicious food with the human body. That way, the delicious food will be more delicious, and I can endure to eat bad food. And, the fire magic was learned through the middle-aged man with much efforts, so let's heat it lightly and eat. Something like dragon steak sounds wonderful with only the words. It seems that I can somehow power up just by eating it. It's impossible though. I activate the fire magic. I'm weak in the manipulation of the fire attribute similar to the resistance. Even though it's the same magic construction, I think that there's a difference because of the correction of the system's attribute affinity is received. Because D makes such a part devotedly, I'm troubled. Even if I learned the fire magic, the skill level is low and the accumulation of the skill proficiency is also slow. It can't be used in the combat. Well, if I say that, because the other attributes serve their purpose if there's the dark attribute, it doesn't seem that I will use it much in the combat other than gaining skill proficiency. Although the soil and the wind have become the level that they can be used together with the dark soon, the dark usability is too good by all means, so I will give priority to that. If there's the dark, I can manage it generally. So, if I take that I will use the fire, I will only use it in the place that's separated from such combat. The construction speed is also slow, a lot of magical powers necessary for activation are required, and when the magic is activated, the power is weak. It's not suitable to use the magic that has bad affinity. Well, it's fine because I can bring out the heating power that can at least roast the meat with my high status. Although the control is more difficult than the other attributes, I will somehow adjust it to a good heat level and roast the meat. The area is filled with the smell that the meat is roasted. But then, there's no monster that's tempted by the smell. There's no monster that will step into the territory of the earth dragons that reign over the lower layer purposely, and there's the me who made the earth dragons dead now. If it's not an outstanding daredevil, there's no fool that will step in. The detection caught the figures of the monster that were tempted by the smell, came closer, and quickly returned several times. And, the roasted dragon steak without any hindrance. I sprinkle it with the salt that I made by evaporating the seawater that I collected when I went to the sea. Although it slightly smells of the beach, it's the only seasoning that I have. It's the thing that I put it in the container that I created with soil magic and store it with space storage. Then, first of all, I eat it with the spider body as the foretaste. Because there's no problem, I eat it with the human body. Hard. The hardness doesn't change much even if I roast it. Rather, I feel that it became a little harder. Although I can bite it by using my status, if it's a normal human, it's too hard to the extent that the chin will die. The taste is close to the pig, I wonder? It's light and plain. The salt's beach smell, and it slightly smells of soil. Because it's the earth dragon, it tastes like soil. What the hell? Although it's difficult to judge, I think I prefer to eat it raw, that's dripping blood. I accept the objection. To be frank, I recommend to roast it and eat if you are a human. Although I noticed it when I got the offering in the town, it looks like I have both the human's sense of taste and the monster's sense of taste for some reason. The thing that the human thinks that it's delicious is usually eaten deliciously. But, there's also thing that's delicious as a monster. Specifically, it's raw meat and blood. Wow, I'm a carnivore. Although the monsters are not delicious generally, there's delicious monster once in a while. I mean, the monsters that inhabit in a place other than the Elro Great Labyrinth are considerably delicious. But, humans don't eat such raw meat. Well, that's obvious. That's why, my preference of taste is my preferences based on the memory as a human, and the preferences as a monster. I sprinkle salt on the raw meat for trial and try to eat it. This is good. This deliciousness probably can't be understood by humans. Well, in the first place, it can't be eaten because it's too hard. Kumo Desu, Nani ka? Elf Village 1. Elf Village 1. Elf Village. A cave that opened quietly in the heart of the mountain of the Surira country. Sensei activates the transfer magic circle in the hidden room. This transfer magic circle connects to the elf village. Are you ready? I nod to Sensei's question. Sensei, who confirmed it, activates the transfer magic circle. My view is distorted. That's only an instant, and when the distortion returned, I caught sight of a different scenery from a while ago. From a small cave into a building somewhere. It's a circular building that looks like a hall, and there are many transfer magic circles on the floor. However, the building doesn't matter now. It was the innumerable point of swords that greet us who transferred. We were surrounded by the elf soldiers. Firams, I think that it's a violation to bring outsiders. Among the elf soldiers, the man who seems to be the captain talks. The language used is not the human language. It's the elf language. I'm glad that I learned the elf language in the academy. They are cooperators. I should have told the circumstances with distant communication, isn't it? We should have also said it. That, although we understand your circumstances, we can't invite the humans into the village. Now is not the time to be particular about the humans. Please pull your swords. Never. If you leave at once, we will spare your lives. Turn back right now with the transfer circle. This won't end. Please call Potamus. An intense atmosphere flows. I calm Katya, who almost became attack mode instinctively by a gesture. I stand quietly in front of Anna, who seems to tremble, and I protect her from the point of the swords and the eyes of the elves. That's enough. A man's voice sounded. Although it has already many years ago, I have met this man once. Potamus-Nath. It was the man who was the patriarch of the elves. I am sorry for the violent welcome. All the elves, let's accept the hero and his comrades. Is it fine? I don't mind. If they manage to break through the barrier by any chance, it's better to have more forces. A disturbing sign mixes in Potamus's words. Somehow, I can't have a good impression of this man. Although there's also the fact that he appraised me suddenly in the first meeting, he has the eyes that seem to look down on anyone other than himself. Come. Although it's small, let's give a welcome banquet. The elf soldiers put the swords away. Potamus walks quickly. I follow his back in a hurry. Potamus, how's the situation? It's not too good. I will tell you later. Potamus answered Sensei's question coldly. Even though the situation is not good, is it okay to do a welcome? Saying that the situation is not good, is it alright? I asked so instinctively. It can be said that it's alright, and it can also be said that it's not alright. However, it won't happen right now. There's the time to at least to have a meal. I will tell you in detail at that time. Since then, Potamus look ahead and begins to walk. That back refused any further questions. We go out of the building that has the transfer magic circles. The forest where huge trees that should be several thousand years old spread there. The hugeness that the diameter of one tree is 10 meters. The root of the huge tree is hollowed, and it's used as a house. If I looked back, the place that I thought that it was a building where the transfer magic circles are there is the inside of the huge tree. The elf village, rather than existing together with the forest, it was the forest itself. The glance of the elves fly from the inside of the tree house and the branch. I understood it well that we are not welcomed by the glance. It's said that the elves are exclusive, but I didn't think that the swords were pointed suddenly, and we will be exposed to such an uncomfortable glance. I look at Anna's state. Although she looks firm, I understand that her hands are slightly shaking. The elf village is a place full of bitter memory for Anna. Surely, she must have been exposed to this glance since the time when she lived here. I make sure to be close to Anna as much as possible. Before long, Potamus enters the house of a tree. The inside is like a conference room, and a round wooden desk was placed in the center. We sit down on the seat as we were urged. Cuisine has been carried there. Although it's the elves' cuisine, it should also match the humans' taste. I try the cuisine by Potamus's offer. Although it's quite bland with the vegetables at the center, the taste of the ingredients are drawn properly to that extent. Certainly, it's delicious. There's also the tiredness of the travel, so we ate up the cuisine silently. Well then, let's get to the main point. After the elf waiters clear the tableware, Sensei began to talk so. Yeah. I will explain the present condition. Potamus starts explaining. The enemy has already arrived outside the elf forest. They are stopped by the barrier now, and the march stopped. The enemy is mainly the Empire Army, and the force is approximately 80000. I'm surprised at the number. In the present situation that the fight with the demons is taking place, is the defense alright to mobilize this much soldiers? Does Yuigo not put this in the outlook? The troublesome one is that the church is sending a considerable number of soldiers. When the fake hero called Yuigo is announced officially, it seems that the person who connects the empire and the church is considerably strong. As expected, I should consider that the church has been conquered by Yuigo's brainwashing ability. Although I think that you know that there's a barrier at the elf village, it seems that the church's magician is constructing a large-scale magic formula. From the scout's report, it seems to be an unknown magic formula that can't be analyzed. It's likely to be a magic to destroy the barrier. It's a large-scale magic formula that it needs several days to prepare. Needs several days? Is it fine to not stop it? Rather than wanting to stop it, it can't be stopped. The barrier set up at the village is powerful, and we can't even pass through it. In order to arrive at this village, we have no choice but to use the special transfer magic circles. It's a powerful thing that can even block the normal space magic, and repel skills like telepathy. Now, the number of elves taking actions outside is 6,000 people. It's not the force that can fight against an army of 80000. I see. The barrier has the thing that Sensei boasted, and it seems to be unexpectedly powerful. How do you contact between the outside and the inside? We used the technique called sign language. Although even the voices can't pass through the barrier, it doesn't block the view. I see. There's sign language in this world. It's probably different from the one in the Earth though. It was a prediction that the completion of the magic formula will take a bit longer in the report from the outside. Therefore, as long as the barrier destruction magic is not completed, this village is still safe. That's the reason why I said that it's alright, but it's also not alright. Will the barrier break? I don't know. After that, we are said that we are tired from the long journey, the room was lent, and we sleep. If the barrier is destroyed, the fight will start at that time. Until then, I must recover the lost physical strength. Kumo Desu, Nani ka? Elf Village 2. Elf Village 2. Sensei is really. Elf Village. The next day, Katia and I were taken along by Sensei, and we went to a certain place in the elf village. Actually, I don't want to part with Anna in the present state, but because Harinth-san said leave it to me, I have decided to depend on the kindness. If possible, I wanted to go to the place where we are heading now with Katia only. The place we are heading now is the place where the reincarnated people are sheltered. Because similar trees grow in abundance, the scenery that doesn't change continues. It's a considerable walk. Yes. The elf village is wide after all. The vicinity of the center of the forest called the Garam Large Forest is approximately the same as Tokyo's 23 wards in wideness. That much? Yes. Because there's the agriculture ward, the population density is not so high though. Rather than a village, it's a country. That's right. Here has the natural fortress called the Large Forest, and double defense called the barrier that boasted of its impregnability for a long time. If you exclude that the elves are exclusive, I think that it's the safest and easy to live place in the world. I thought of it before. Sensei sighs. If the barrier is really destroyed, the safety can't be guaranteed. Because there's a distance from the outer circumference to the village, there won't be dangers in the village immediately after the barrier is destroyed, but it's likely to become a severe fight. Does Sensei think that the barrier will break? It's just a possibility. Just because it hasn't broke even once so far, it can't be said that it won't break in the future. Overconfidence is a taboo. The barrier never broke before, huh? By the way, since when the barrier is put up? I don't know. Even the eldest elf except Potamus was told that the barrier was there since birth. By the way, that person's age. I think that it was about 480. The scale is different. While talking so, we arrived at the destination. The enclosure of a small field and livestock, and the people who plow the field and take care of the livestock. One of them notices us. Sensei, welcome back. Yes, I just came back. A cold greeting. Sensei's expression is somewhat firm. It was one girl who approached. Her age is probably the same as me. Because the words that she speaks are Japanese, I understand it. She is a reincarnated person. So, are those two people the new victims? They are not victims. That will be a difference in consciousness. At least, I think that you are the assailant though. Well, never mind. So, what are your names? Ah, not your present names, but your former names. The girl turns her gaze here with a serious atmosphere. I am Yamada Shunsuke. Oashima Kanata. Eh? Oashima-kun. That's right. Wah. What's with that reaction? Who are you? I am Kudo Sachi. Well, as the people who are abducted, let's get along well. Kudo Sachi. It's the girl who did the chairperson of the class. Our relationship was not so good, and speaking clearly, although she has a lot of enemies because of her personality, she also has a lot of allies. Because of her personality, she comes into conflict with Yuigo several times. But, what's on my mind now is Kudo-san's attitude towards Sensei and many disturbing words. The relationship between Kudo and Sensei should have been good because Kudo is the chairperson and she has a lot of chances to come into contact with Sensei. She is glaring at Sensei like seeing her parents' enemies. The reason is probably the word abduct that came out from her mouth. Sensei, what does she means by abducted? You two are not abducted by Sensei. We came here to stop Natsum. Natsum-kun. Is he here? Kudo-san frowns. I also frown seeing her state. If it's this state, that means that Kudo-san doesn't know that Yuigo is invading the elf village. I look at Sensei wondering what is this. Sensei shakes her head silently. Is it not to say unnecessary thing? Kudo-san, Natsum is trying to invade here now leading an army. What? Katia tells the truth. Ignoring Sensei's glance. Sensei, sorry. After seeing such a condition here, I can't trust Sensei after all. Katia who folds her arms and says so with a sigh. From what that can be heard in Kudo's story, the people here are all abducted and brought along to here, right? Moreover, after being brought, they are left to support themselves. No. Not wrong. I was separated with this world's parents and was brought here, and the others are almost the same. That's what she says. Besides, you isolate them so that they don't receive any information, right? Yeah. The life here is almost self-sufficiency. Although the elves will bring anything insufficient if we ask, that's only the minimum. Get up in the morning, plow the field, take care of the livestock, cook it and eat it. That ends a day. Because the elves are monitoring us, we can't escape, and because the elves don't speak of any unnecessary things, we don't know anything about the outside. No, the purpose of self-sufficiency is to develop your self-support ability. Even though we can't get out of here? Is there a need for such thing like self-support ability in such a keeping until death condition? That's... Sensei hesitates to say. Everyone stopped the work and looked at the state. Yamada-kun and Oashima-kun come here because I want to ask a lot of questions. Leaving the silent Sensei behind, Kudo-san begins to walk. Katia follows her without hesitation. I glanced at Sensei once, and pursued the back immediately. Sensei looked down with the face that seemed to burst into tears. Kumo Desu, Nani ka? Elf Village 3. Elf Village 3. Elf Village. It was a house of the tree that became like a big dining room where we are guided to. Here is the dining room as seen. Basically, everyone eats all 3 meals here. I look around the dining room. Somehow, I recalled the camp school that I went when I was in junior high school. In the interior of the dining room, the 4 boys and girls that seemed to be former students were cooking in the kitchen part. Their hands stop when they see our figure. Kudo-san, who? The boy who speaks with a dubious voice. Well, Katia and I are armed, and if some strangers appear suddenly, of course he will be cautious. It's Yamada Shunsuke. Oashima Kanata. So, we say our names quickly. That will be understood. Eh? Shun and Kanata. The other three people also turned their eyes to used to the boy's voice. Especially, towards Katia. Say, no need to guess, I'm the only one who changed in sex. Yeah. There's no one in here who had their sex changed. Katia, who's shocked by Kudo-san's words. Well, what? Do your best. Oi oi. It's been a very long time. The first boy who called out, approaches while taking off the hat. Although his appearance has changed, I feel a déjà vu in that smile. Is it Aji? Yeah. You knew it well. A guy who has such a sultry smile can only be you. I laughed lightly. Agiwara Kenichi. It's a friend who belongs to the soccer club. By the way, the reason why I called him Aji from his family name instead of his given name is because it would be the similar to Yuigo's previous life, Natsum Kengo name. However, Aji is in charge of cooking? If it's you, the work outside that uses stamina suits your nature more. Ah. About that. The reflexes of Aji who belonged to the soccer club was good. Then, I thought that the outside farming is more suitable for him. At the beginning, we changed the management in rotation, but because we understood what we are good at and bad at, the management was fixed. Although Aji-kun was able to do anything skillfully, I have him turned to be in charge of cooking because there's only a few people. No, although I did cooking for the first time in this world, I'm surprised in my talent. Aji, who has a triumphant look and puffed up with pride. Kudo-san's retort, don't get carried away, enters there. Actually, when it's cooking for this number of people, it considerably a heavy labor. That's why, we are saved to have Aji-kun who has stamina. The taste is fairly limited though. Aji, who's being modest while being embarrassed. Because there's still work to do, Aji returned to the kitchen. We sat on the seat again, and exchanged information mutually. About Yuigo invading here from us. The background. And, the world situation. We had Kudo-san to tell the life here. There are 14 reincarnated people here. In the story that we heard from Sensei in the old days, it was 12 people, so it increased by 2 people. We had her to tell everyone's name. The life here is just as what Kudo-san said a while ago, it seems to be a self-sufficiency life. They eat the vegetables and the livestock that they brought up by themselves, and the thing that can never be procured is gotten from the elves. The daily necessities must be arranged by themselves as much as possible, and the elves only give the things that really can't be obtained by themselves. This desk and the chairs are all made by our hands. I looked at the chair that I'm sitting right now instinctively to Kudo-san's words. It's a simple chair that's made by cutting the tree. In addition, we had Kudo-san to tell us about the details of living in the elf village. It seemed that Kudo-san was brought into this village when she was young and she can hardly speak yet. In that case, it's said that Kudo-san's parents let go of her while crying. Kudo-san said that she was bought with money. After all, the family where I was born seemed to be extremely poor. Although I was not able to talk, I was able to understand the contents of the conversation. It seems that I was sold with a price that's considerably higher than selling to be a slave normally. Kudo-san, who ridicules herself and smiles wryly. Although the others seem to be much the same, there's the guy who was brought here almost like being abducted when he tried to live as an adventurer among them. Mostly, when they are young. It's said that when they young as the baby, as expected, the elves have to take care of them. After that, when one of them can work, they were made to take care of the field and livestock that comes with the elves' assistance, and when they grew bigger, the elves stopped providing assistance. I hear that it was only difficulty in the beginning. Both farming and livestock raising are heavy labor for the childish body. That alone was their very limit every day. It's said that it was just recently that they have more time. The body grew up to the extent that it looks like an adult, they acquire some know-how, and work became efficient. Thanks to that, it's said that a little time was created. It's a problem about what to do during the free time though. What do you mean? The elves don't want us to acquire the skills. That's why, the monitoring and this living. Even though it's their very best to live, the skills of the reincarnated people in here don't improve much. Excluding 2 people. The 2 people brought here later seemed to live as an adventurer. It's said that they might be late to be caught by the elves because they moved from place to place. Because the 2 people have been an adventurer, their skills are high. We have choices. The way that we train the skills stealthily, and the way to spend days in this birdcage in the same manner as before. Either way, I still want time to think. But, Yuigo might attack soon. Kudo-san's troubled to the information. After that, we ate together with every reincarnated people. We enjoyed talking in the reunion after a long time. We had a long talk to celebrate the reunion alternately in the dining room for almost a day. But, Kiryu was not among them. Kumo Desu, Nani ka? Because I am a teacher. Sensei. Sensei's circumstances. Because I am a teacher. I am a weak human. Ah, because I am an elf now, it's a weak elf. Anyway, I am weak. I was a teacher in the previous life. It was my dream to become a teacher since childhood. I wanted to become the teacher who can laugh with students. I didn't spare the effort for that purpose. I have dabbled in all the things that the children seemed to be interested in the generation. Game, manga, novel, and I even searched the internet. I studied hard of the things that seemed to become the contents of the talk. Though I was seriously addicted to it slightly. Like that, I changed my tone, make a character, I'm called as a strange and slightly regrettable teacher, and I became a person who was easy to befriend. Although the regrettable part is because it's the part of my true nature, it turned out alright in the end. But, I thought at the same time. Is this really good? Was it really my dream to laugh together with a false self? But, I was scared that exposing my real self will break the position that I built until then. That's why, every day passed while depending on the present conditions. And, I reincarnated into a different world. I became panic. The last thing that I remembered was teaching. The memory beyond there broke off, and when I realized it, I became a baby. Besides, the people who looked at me, all have long and sharp ears. That is the living thing called the elf, and I understood it immediately from the otaku knowledge that I accumulated until then. And, my present state as well. Different world reincarnation. I got involved to the thing that became a boom in the internet. I am weak. I can't even live my second life with a defiant attitude like the protagonist who's suddenly thrown into a different world, and live strongly in the novel. I was not able to abandon the fact that I am me. Like that, it was the thing called teacher that I clung with a confused head. I am a teacher. Then, I must think about the students first. That was my idealized image of a teacher. And, I had the convenient skill naturally. Student list. It's probably the unique skill that only I have in the world. The effect is the present, past, and future of the former students who are reincarnated are written down roughly. If I close my eyes, the list will rise from the depths of my heart. If I open the list, the previous life names are written in the order of the attendance number, and if I remind of the name strongly, I can inspect the information of the name's owner. However, only really simple information that can be inspected by this skill. The past, this is the record at the moment they are born. Born somewhere. Only that is recorded. The present state of the name's owner is expressed with a word. Healthy, sick, fatigue, etc. The present location, etc., are not known. And, the future. In here, the time when the student dies and the cause of the death are written roughly. Apparently, the time is assumed to be 0 when I was born and it's written down that 365 days is 1 year. And, I was shocked seeing that time. Most of the students died within 20 years. When I saw it, I lost consciousness without being able to endure it. I could not accept the fact, and I escaped from reality while trembling for a few days. But, the reality doesn't change. Time passes even if I can't look straight at it. And, I noticed. The student that has the earliest death time, which is written that the student will die when it's a baby, disappeared silently before I know it. The blank space in the list. I had to resolve myself for it after seeing it. Among the remaining students, 10 people's death times were within 2 or 3 years after birth. I relied on the thing called skill. The student list is also a skill, so if it's this world that has such a mysterious power, I thought that there might be a thing that can do something like telepathy. The otaku knowledge that I searched during my previous life was useful. I hear the divine word comparatively easy, and I succeeded in acquiring the telepathy skill. Fortunately, my father was Potamus, who's the patriarch of the elves. In addition, normally, a person will doubt the daughter's sanity if his own daughter speak about the previous life, but Potamus believed in my story easily. Somehow, it seemed that Potamus has thought that I was different from the beginning. Although it was a dangerous bet, I won the bet, and Potamus promised the protection of the reincarnated people. It went well there. From the past description, I know where the students were born. If I search around there, it should be fine. The skill search in the ruler authority that I obtained afterwards was useful. Unfortunately, there were students who died, but most of the students' well-being were able to be confirmed. Sometimes, it was settled with money, and sometimes, I did something not much different from kidnapping. That is a clear crime. But, the elves didn't hesitate to carry it out. The elves also have their own circumstances. The elves are aiming at the world without skills as much as possible to oppose the administrator. And, the reincarnated people somehow have a large amount of skill points from the beginning, and they seem to be born with a powerful skill. If such reincarnated people polish the skills, they will catch the administrator's attention, and they might be used for the administrator's good. There was credibility in the story. The death reason that's written down in the student list. Death by skill deprivation. It's still written as the death reason of Shunkun and Katiya-chan. This reason was written on most students. By making them living in the environment that can't develop the skills in the elf village now, the death reason decreased. The future item change is relatively frequent. But, the one sentence that, this skill was deprived and die, was not changed. And, the time that it occurs was all the same. It's this year. And, there's no future description after that. The description other than the students dying this year becomes blank. I become scared when I think what it means. My name is not in the student list. It's obvious. Because I am a teacher. I don't know about myself. But, it's like that. The students that died by deprivation of skills are students with a lot of skills. And, I also have many skills. Probably, I will die at that time too. Because I will die, I think that I don't know what will happen after that. I am scared. I don't want to die. I also thought about skill erasure. But, I can't let go of the power of the skill until I do something on Yuigo. In addition, if I erase my skills with skill erasure, I don't know what the elves would do. Skill erasure means surrendering the power to the administrator. If I give power to the hostile opponent, the elves might become an enemy. It's not strange even if Potamus purges me without changing his expression. If it's only that, it's fine, but it might bring harm to the protected students. The elves don't protect the reincarnated people with goodwill. Then, there's only one way. Perhaps, make the opponent that comes to deprive the skill to defeat the administrator. Although I don't know whether such thing can be done or not, I have no choice but to do it. Before that, it's Yuigo. It's my responsibility as a teacher that he has turned out that way. I must take the responsibility. I open the student list by the name of Natsum Kengo. It's written as death in action in the elf forest. I swallow saliva. I will kill a former student after this. Although I have prepared for it, still, I come to have a pain in the stomach, and feel nauseated. Why did it become like this? I only wanted to become a teacher who can laugh together with the students. Kudo-chan's cold glance recalled in my mind. I understand it. It became like this because I don't explain properly. Although I might not be forgiven even if I explain it, still, I think that a one-sided hostility was not directed to there. But, I can't do it. The student list that saved the life of the students. There's one restriction there. Students' inspection prohibition. It's a curse-like restriction that I can't tell the information of the student list to a student. No matter how I explain it, I can't say anything about the student list. It's obvious to spill the existence carelessly. Besides, the frightening part of this restriction is that it will bring harm to the students who heard it and not to me who said it. Although I think that it depends on the degree, the worst case, it's a serious penalty that brings death. Although I have not tried it, I don't intend to try it. I can only remain silent. Rather, I want to tell everything. The student list is not perfect either. When Katiya-chan was brainwashed, I was not able to perceive the abnormality, and Shunkun's death that was displayed was evaded when we rescue Lestinkun without incident. Although I don't know what exactly caused the deviation, I suspect that the ruler skill might be related. Then, if it's Shunkun who has the ruler skill, isn't it fine to tell him? I have also been driven by the temptation. But, I can't tell him after all. I can't let him to shoulder unnecessary risk. At present, the problem is I am only hated. It's not to the level that everyone's dissatisfaction will blow up yet. Then, it's one of my work that the teacher is hated by the students. I will accept it contentedly. This much is nothing. It's a lie. I am sad. I am weak. I am scared. I don't want to die, and I don't want them to die. Am I right? Is it not wrong? I don't know. But, there's no one who I can talk with. The elves can't be trusted. I can't tell to the students. Am I being a teacher properly? Someone, please tell me. Kumo Desu, Nani ka? Chapter 191. Chapter 191. 191 Such a Kumo. I'm digging now. What am I doing? I told you that I'm digging. I come to the town late at night now, and I'm digging a hole secretly in a suitable vacant land. It's good to be able to dig a hole without getting the hands dirty by using the soil magic. I keep extra soil in the different space of the space storage magic once. I dig the hole of the size that I can go in, and I dig until the underground deeply. When I dig to some extent, I expand the inside. Like that, an underground room of the size of a small room was completed. Umu. The result is quite good even if I say so myself. Next, I close the place that becomes the entrance with soil, and if it doesn't look weird from the outside, it's completed. In that case, I make holes of the size of the ant's nest that my threads can pass through. Other than letting the threads pass through, it also has the role as air hole. However, because I can't be relieved if it's such a small hole, I dig the hole sideways this time. I connect it with the ground in a place quite far away from the town. The size of the hole is made to the extent whether a person can pass or not. With this, the secret basement was completed. If you ask why I made such a thing, there are several reasons. One of it is for information gathering. I don't know what happened to the war after I rampaged there, so I think that I should gather information usually. With such meaning, I thought that I should make familiar town's basement as the base after all. As for the second reason, making the shelter to escape from the Demon King. The effect of the Demon King's escape prevention skill somehow has an effective range, and if I don't enter the effective range, I can escape beforehand. I'm absolutely more advantageous because I have transfer and marking. But, I might make a blunder one day if I run around haphazardly. So, I made several simple bases like this that become the refuge, and I think that I will run from place to place. The third. Although this is an extra thing, it's to see the state of the vampire child. The vampire who was born in the house of a big shot of the country that's under war now. With that phrase only, I can already expect an eventful life. Although it's fine to even abandon her, when she's in the range where I can reach her, I'm somehow interested. Well, it's a feeling of to see her incidentally because I'm interested. The fourth. This is the most important. I inhale greatly. I put strength into my stomach. I straddle. It's coming. It's not dirty. It's the egg. Yes, I will lay eggs in this place. It has been confirmed that the egg that this me laid becomes the last shelter when I fight with the Demon King. If it's really hopeless, if I have this egg, I can revive again. It's the thing that secures my immortality more than the immortality skill in a certain meaning. It's crucial to set up an egg in somewhere as the last insurance. I after this, intend to set up eggs in the several bases similarly. Then, it's next to impossible to smash all the eggs. Even if someone carry out a base crushing using human wave tactics, if there's one base remains, I can revive. Main body is immortal, and even has the revival. In addition, if it becomes a pinch when escape prevention is not used, I will escape with transfer. What's that, scary? I don't even know how to defeat myself even if I say so myself. I thought of it. As a result, I understood it. The way to defeat the Demon King will disappear at the moment when Mu in charge falls flat. No, that is really impossible. Seriously speaking, as long as I don't reach the administrator class, that can't be defeated. Then, what would you do if you can't defeat it? The idea of the reversal. It's fine even if I don't defeat her. And, I should just become an existence that can't be defeated. Therefore, I activated the plan of making me immortal. Normally, immortality is impossible at this point in time, but I can do it. I felt that even if the Demon King says that I'm a monster, it can't be helped. I intend to deploy 10 eggs in one base for the time being. Because they will hatch if I just leave them, it's necessary to collect it regularly and deploy it again. Even if it takes the trouble, I want to prepare the numbers for the eggs always. It's the last stronghold after all. Should I throw the hatched babies into the Elro Great Labyrinth? Their seniors are evolving smoothly, and if I let them join, it should be fine. Next, I think that I should store a little food. It's painful if there's no food when I hatch from the egg. The status falls immediately after revival, it's impossible to wait until recovery without eating or drinking. I should put the preserved food of the amount that can recover to the extent that transfer can be used. Now that it's decided, I think that I should go to catch water drakes and make them into dried fish. If it's rotten to some extent, it still can be eaten, but if I want to eat, I prefer eating delicious things. For the time being, after I make another 2 or 3 bases, let's go to overfish the water drakes. Let's do that. However, if I revive this time, what will happen to my appearance? Palm-sized arachne? Or, at first, I will be the spider form and when I grow up, the human form grows. In case of being a mini arachne from the beginning, will the babies be the same? Then, will it become another species with the babies that are already in the Elro Great Labyrinth? That seems interesting, and I'm looking forward for it. It's better to not use the revival, and these eggs should hatch normally. Kumo Desu, Nani ka? Chapter 192. Chapter 192. 192 Sea Fishing Part 2. It's the sea. It's fishing. Swim. I won't do it. I don't do it. It's not that when I try to do a crawl, my spider body overturned and was almost drowned. No is no. It's frightening that I can't sink. I want you to imagine it. The state of having a float attached to your waist, and you get into the water upside down. Besides, the float can't be removed. Even if you let your feet struggle, you are only cutting the sky. I thought that I was going to die. I'm immortal though. Ah, no, it's different. In fact, I didn't almost die. Surely, it's your hallucination. There's no way this magnificent me will drown in the sea and was about to die. Ahahaha. Well then, let's forget the unhappy incident and fish. I attach a suitable bait similar to the last time, and throw a thread into the sea. Hit. Caught it, caught it. As usual, the fish in this sea bites at every cast. A heavy response. This is a big one. Huh? The big one in this sea is bad, right? As I thought, it was the water dragon that I caught. It seems to be level 23. It seems to be almost the same strength as the earth dragon gear. That's fished by me with a thread, and was pulled to the beach. Certainly, the level is high, and the ability value is also high. It also has a lot of skills, and about the same strength as gear. It's considerably strong. However, if it's the present me, even if I fight directly, I can win with composure. Even if I fight directly. The water dragon can be said as the dragon of the water. As it inhabits in the sea, the combat ability in the water is high. What happens when it comes ashore? The answer is it will writhe on the beach. This water dragon seems to be an underwater specialized type. It can't adapt itself on the land. It's just like the aspect like the whale on the land. Even if I leave it alone, it seems to die before fighting against me. Is that fine for you, water dragon? The water dragon that I caught in the same way before is an amphibious type though. It looks like the type changes depending on the species that the water dragon evolved. The earth dragons didn't have anyone other than the same species, so the dragon might be the only one. Well, even if it's not so, if I see the earth dragons, I understand that they have a lot of types. Then, it's not strange even if the water dragons have a lot of types. Among the many types, it's not strange even if there's a species that completely adapt itself underwater and didn't adapt itself on the land. Rather, it might be a lot. All the monsters of the water drake types that I caught last time were monsters made with the base of the creature in the Sea of Earth. Naturally, they can't adapt on the land. Aren't there a lot of water dragons that evolved from there that can't adapt on the land? If it's underwater, they will show a matchless strength, but they are powerless on the land. If the Earth Dragon is the strategy specialized type that has outstanding status, the Water Dragon is the environment specialized type that uses the field called the sea. When I think of something useless, the Water Dragon became more bad. It seems that it doesn't have the energy to jump around, and it's twitching. Its HP decreases considerably too. If this goes on, it will die in another several minutes. Is it that? Must it use its gills to breath? I didn't see it. Well then, let's continue fishing. I throw a thread into the sea again as if nothing happened. The one caught was the pseudo-blowfish that the summoner summoned before. Ah, because this guy also has the water drake skill, it's a water drake. However, it has poison, huh? Wait. Before this, I can't do minute things, so I ate the poisonous organs, but now that I have the human hand, won't I be able to take out the organs only? You'll never know unless you try, so let's try it. At first, I cut the stomach with the sickle thinly. I put the human hand into the cut, and expand it. I scrape out the insides. I don't know which organ has the poison in the blowfish. For the time being, I take out all of the organs. Isn't it good? I try to eat the separated meat for trial. Oh, this is good. There's no peculiar bitterness like the time I ate the poison. It's a fresh taste. Ha. Oops. Because it was delicious, I ate the whole thing unconsciously. The purpose of making preserved food has changed into secret eating. Oh, well. There's no need to be in a hurry. The Demon King is still battling against the Earth Dragons. I think that it will probably end by today. In other words, I still have time today. It will take several days to crawl out of the bottom layer, and if I make full use of transfer and continue escaping, there's no problem. Let's spend the day fishing peacefully. However, what should I do with these organs? Because I have the abnormal condition nullity, there's no problem even if I eat it, but eating something that I know that it tastes bad is But, leaving behind is against my principle. It's different when it's a part that clearly can't be eaten like the scales, but poison is pretty much edible. Although I think that poison is not a food, because I have continued eating poison from the moment I was born, it's too late. Yosh. Let's eat it. Yui, bad. The blowfish's poison is said to be strong after all. Although the poison in this world is different from the one in Earth, it has the deadly poison attack skill at level 4, so it doesn't change the fact that it's a considerably strong poison. Is it your hobby to eat poison voluntarily? I don't have such hobby. This is only because I don't want to leave behind any leftovers. Who are you? It's been a long time. When I looked back, Administrator Jayuri Destodes stood there. Kumo Desu, Nani ka? Chapter 193. Chapter 193. LOL. Kumo-ko. 193 The Administrator complains. Jayuri throws the dying water dragon casually to the sea. How should I say, the way he handled it is rude. The water dragon seemed to resume breathing, and it just swam and left. Jayuri sits down next to me. It seems that you have acted violently very much. Startled. Crap, is he angry? To be frank, if the opponent is the Demon King, I can use the egg revival, so a situation that I can't die is created even though it's not 50-50. But, this man is different. Administrator Jayuri Destodes. This man is the resident of the same area as D, who's this world's strongest existence. In other words, God. It's not a metaphor, but truly a god. The cheat of cheat that can interfere the system partly. Recently, I'm starting to grasp vaguely what kind of existence is the god. When it becomes like that, I understand well how dangerous this man and D are. If the Demon King is a tank, Gyuri Destotes is a nuclear weapon. It's the problem before winning or losing because it ends when it explodes. He's such an existence. He's at the second place that I must not make him angry following D. The second place that wins the Demon King in the third place by a wide margin. I see, here's my place to die, huh? Thanks to that, I'm having a headache. Gyuri lets out a big sigh. Rather than he's angry, it's like the atmosphere that the boss who held an apology festival because the subordinate's mistake. Although he's not angry, he's only feeling tired. Gyuri distort the space, and takes something out. Bottle? Do you drink? When he removed the cover, a mellow smell drifts. It was alcohol. Gyuri takes out 2 glasses from the different space, and pours alcohol. One of those has been handed to me by force. Accompany me. I'm allowed to exhibit this much power. Yes. Although I didn't drink alcohol before because I'm minor, because it's scary if I decline in this situation, I will accompany you. Gyuri drinks up the alcohol in a single gulp. Good drinking manner. This person must be drinking considerably usually. Although I don't understand about alcohol, for the time being, I will enjoy the smell. It's a strange feeling that the smell mixes with the smell of the sea. One gulp like that. It's slightly sweet, and it's delicious. There's a lot of it. Drink it without holding back. I drink up the alcohol in the glass as I accept the offer. Gyuri pours another helping without a moment's delay. I enjoyed the alcohol that I drink for the first time in my life. Good grief, the trash Potamus can find himself indoors. Although I have placed the minimum nail, I'm sure that he's thinking of something worthless. Even though that is already a hopeless trash, Surreal says not to kill him. If those words were not told, I will tear him apart and beat him down into the hell. Neither Ariel and Dustin listen to what a person is saying. Especially, Ariel. Even though I told her many times to not interfere, what kind of thoughts does she has to jump into the vortex? I understand her circumstances, but then, if she consulted me, I could at least mediate for her. Although I think that the guy is at least my companion, this means it's my own complacent. Well, it suits me who's a stray dragon. Loner. The world is shining. It's probably not shining. Such a world, if Surreal was not here, it would be abandoned long time ago. Although I can't forgive what the other dragons did, the people in this world are all fools and trashes. It's a good evidence that not even a person is liberated by the purgation system. Everybody only accumulates crime points, and it won't even decrease. How much evil doing must be accumulated until they are satisfied? And yet, they babble something like subjugating the evil dragon, and challenge my subordinate that I entrust the area's management. Which one is the evil one, huh? Good grief. Happiness. I am unhappy. The future is very bleak. However, it can't be helped. This is also the weakness of falling in love. I want to grant her wish. Even if she will die because of that, if she smiles in her last moment, I will endure anything. However, I'm not concerned with the future things after she dies. You are also you. Not enough just by picking a fight with Ariel, you even interfere in the humans' war. What are you trying to do? No. I understand your reasons and your feelings. I also thought a lot of times that I want to tear them apart. Speaking honestly, it's true that I feel a little relieved. The divine word religion has terrible corruption, and the goddess religion has become quite different from the normal teachings. In the first place, even though they have no rights to believe in Surreal, they are shameless. No shame. Shame. Kill everyone. As a matter of fact, that's the quickest. Unfortunately, because Surreal hates that the most, cleaning up is impossible. And, because I can't betray this Surreal's feelings, cleaning up is impossible. It's something that I can't have it on my way. If I don't drink alcohol, I can't do it. Alcohol is delicious. Good drinking manner. Drink more. Yay. Good morning. Huh? When did I sleep? Somehow, yesterday's memory is vague halfway. I drink alcohol with Gyuri, and here's his complaint. What happened? Although I feel that I heard Gyuri's complaint for a long time, I can't recall it in detail. Gyuri is not here anymore. He only come here to drink in frustration? He only wants me to hear his complaint. What's with that god? For the time being, I understood one thing. Alcohol is delicious. Kumo Desu, Nani ka? Chapter 194. Chapter 194. Aerial POV. 194 The Demon King talks. Splendid. The Earth Dragon Gakia falls down. That's my line. It was splendid. In defiance of the overwhelming force difference, the Earth Dragons led by Gakia can find this me. If I exclude the special opponent that's fighting against me now, it was a very long time to have a hard time in a direct confrontation. It's my desire. Light disappears from Gakia's eyes. The dragon that lived for a long time finished its life. I look at the corpse of the fallen Gakia. It's not that I particularly have any exchange with Gakia. But, in the fact that the dragon that exists for a long time perished, I feel a thing like the indescribable sentiment. Another one, old existence disappeared and because it was done by my hands. I shake off the worthless sentiment. There's something that I must do now. First of all, I will eat the corpse of Gakia, and after that, I must also eat the other 8 bodies. Because they moved around in the bottom layer, the corpses of the earth dragons scattered here and there. Although it's troublesome, I must recover them and eat them without fail. Leaving behind is against my principle. Wait. Strange. Did I have such principle? Oh, well. No. Not good. This is not good. There was a harbinger. But, this is the first time that the thought changed plainly to here. Since when? No, it's obvious. It was when I received the Earth Dragon's restriction. The opponent that I fight against now. It was a threat that's experienced for the first time in my life so far. I live long. I should live long next to Surreal-sama and Gyuri in this world. In the long life, I experienced many death-like experiences. I was not superior to that extent, and I barely lived in a life of life or death until I was picked up by Surreal-sama. After I was picked up by Surreal-sama, I always half dead, and I'm merely lucky to be able to survive. In the early days when the system was made, I encountered dangers many times. I was almost killed by the monster called enemy created by the system, I was almost killed by the humans and the demons, and I was also chased by the elves. I overcome those dangers, and I became the oldest divine beast before I know it. It's said that the more you fight, the more stronger you get by the favor of the system. I think that it's ironical. Among my comrades, the weak me has the power of the strongest class in the world now. But, I only did the fight that corresponds to gain the power all the time. Even if I looked back on my combat experience, the enemy this time was different. It clings onto the soul directly, and devours it. That's as if the act of God that I heard it from talk. I thought that it was only Gyuri who can do such a thing in this world. There was an uncomfortable feeling. I felt that my subordinates' state were a little stiff. But, I ignored it. After all, they are just my pieces. Even if they are a little stiff, it's fine if they are usable. I thought so. It was recently that Gyuri brought the talk of the reincarnated people from a different world. They are victims, and there's also the intention of Administrator D, so if possible, don't interfere with them. At this time, I didn't think that it will affect me to this extent. The reincarnated people are still young, so I thought that there was a postponement of several years even if I reach the point to get concerned with them. I was naive. I didn't think that there was a person who tried to take over my subordinates among the reincarnated people. And, that aim of attack was even turned to me. When I noticed it, my soul has already been possessed. And, I'm gradually eaten. An attack that I have not experienced so far. The discomfort that my existence is eaten completely. Even if I resist, I can only delay the attack because I'm not used to the battlefield called the soul. I have fought against the heresy magic user several times. That's the magic that acts on soul. But, then, it's possible to deal with it. If I kill the user physically, it should be fine. But, this person is different. In the first place, the main body is not near. I searched for this person's main body, using the connection that possessed my soul reversely. It's the first time for me to do such a thing, and there's no such ability in the skills. Therefore, I was not confident. I only felt that it's there somehow. I head to the Elro Great Labyrinth for that reason only. As a result, I heard a rumor of a spider monster called the Divine Beast on the way, and I confronted that person. Because the soul was connected to me, I predicted it. That person is my kin, and it was the individual that evolved abnormally that's not intended. Why did such an irregular generate? Ironically, because the erosion of the opponent who possessed me advanced, I was made to understand. It's a reincarnated person from a different world. Besides, the administrator D is related. It was the worst. It's the other party that Jayuri said to not to interfere. Having said that, if I stand and watch without interfering like this, I will be eaten. And, I killed that person. I should have killed it. And yet, that person still clings to my soul. And, I sensed that the main body of that person was not dead from the connection of the soul vaguely. Without understanding what to do, I get rid of my former subordinate that was taken over that the whereabouts is clear first. I should have gotten rid of it. And yet, even that person seemed to revive at another place without dying. I don't understand it at all. Although I lived for a long time, as for such an unreasonable opponent, it's my first time. Without understanding what to do, the pursuit of the earth dragons when I feel like crying. And, it reached the present. The situation is near the worst. I don't even know whether I can keep myself properly or not anymore. And yet, I don't become too uneasy. Well, only carefree thought of, I can manage it somehow, comes into my mind. Finally, my personality might have changed by the erosion. I might be only bothered by myself and have already been eaten completely. But still, the me who thinks so, well is frightening even if I say so myself. It's no use even if I think. Somehow, it seems that there's no choice of not eating the earth dragons in me. I'm actually hungry, and when thinking about the effect of gluttony, it's a fact that I should eat. Then, there's no need to hesitate. Itadakimasu. Don't eat. There was an answer in the monologue. When I looked back, Jayuri stood there with a serious look. Kumo Desu, Nani ka? Chapter 195. Chapter 195. 195 changes. So, who are you now? I think to Jayuri's question. Seeing from Jayuri, which one do you see? After I thought, I asked back in return. Although it's in a form of returning a question with a question, it can't be helped. Because I myself don't know the answer to Jayuri's question. I see both of you, but also not. The present you have mixed too much to the extent that it's impossible to say that you are either one of you. However, apparently, your consciousness is close to Ariel. Ah, as expected. I see. I scratch my head while smiling wryly. Although I was able to expect it, it becomes the feeling that I see again when it's pointed out from another person. Your tone seems to be close to that. Yeah. Incidentally, I feel that the thought is also close to that. Otherwise, I will not have such optimistic feeling. Before this, I'm a careful coward. Experiencing that I will die at present, and it was a good evidence that I haven't died mentally. And so, what will you do from now on? I don't know. I really don't know. In the situation that the soul has mixed to here, even if I defeat the opponent's main body, it's probably too late already. And, the biggest problem was that I can't think of a way to defeat that main body. On top of accomplishing the mysterious revival, even if I defeat it, it can't be easy to catch it because it has transfer in the first place. I met it before was only because I was lucky, and the main body is an idiot. Even if I chase it, I can't catch it. Even if I caught it, I can't defeat it. Even if I can defeat it, I probably can't return to my former self anymore. There's not even the guarantee that the erosion won't advance any further. I'm cornered. To be honest, I have already been checkmated. Whether I will remain as me or not is about 50 to 50, but can that me be called as me? It can be said that the existence called Ariel has already changed and disappeared in such meaning. I don't say that I died. Both the memory and the thought as Ariel remain in me. But, the way of thinking is different from the old days. Can that really be called as me? It's a difficult problem that it's hard to give an answer. Why didn't you consult me until it become like this? Jayuri asked with a slightly sorrowful face. No, what can I consult with a guy who drinks with my opponent? Although he came over with a serious look, you can't deceive my sense of smell. Jayuri drank alcohol. Besides, from the faint smell in the air, it seemed that he come in contact with the main body of the opponent that I'm fighting against now. Somehow, because there's a smell of a human in addition to the smell that I smelled before, there's another person there. I only come in contact with her as an administrator. I understand. That's why, I can't consult you. Jayuri is an administrator. When you manage this world, you must not take sides with someone on your own convenience. Therefore, even if I'm on the verge of death, I can't rely on Jayuri. Because that is not fair. But still, even if I can't get involved directly, I can at least mediate between you two. Isn't it uncool to beg in tears from the beginning? And, this is the result of having your own way. When you said so, well. Because I have really lived for a long time, my pride might have become higher. If I rely on Jayuri from the beginning, this would not happen. But, regarding it, I don't regret it. Seeing from Jayuri, was it a problem that can be solved if you mediate between us? At least, a ceasefire should have been possible. The position that you and that are aiming is similar. I see. It's good only to be able to hear that. Even if the existence called me disappears, there's an existence that inherits my will. If I'm eaten by that opponent, it's not meaningless for me to disappear. And, it's not too late even if it's from now, you know. I will pass. Now that I have come this far, I will confirm the ending by myself. I see. Even if the existence called me remains or disappears. Seeing from Jayuri, what's the possibility that I will remain? Half to half. The separation of the soul has already reached the level that I can't do anything with it. Either way, the existence called you will remain in some form, but I can't even imagine what kind form will it be. Yeah. Anyhow, it seems that the side that possessed your soul can't stop the fusion on its own will. Which thought will come into surface is also not understood. Perhaps, in the end of mixing, there's even the possibility that you will become a completely different thing. Let's pray that it won't become like that. I will fight against it as much as I can because I have the feeling to want to remain if possible. For the time being, I will chase the escaped main body. After that, I will think after meeting it. I see. As for me, I want you and that to reconcile if possible. Did your feelings boil after having a drink with it? I think so. I can agree why D likes that. That is a very pleasant existence. Jayuri answered so to the question that I asked jokingly. How unusual. For this man to leak such an impression of the other party who's totally unrelated to Surreal-sama. It seems that he likes it very much. Cheating. It's absolutely different. Although it's interesting to look at that, it's a very troublesome existence if I get close to it. I can't have love feelings to such person. Ah, yeah. Is he praising it, or speaking ill of it? If I had to say then, it's speaking ill of it. Then, I will do my best so that the three of us can drink alcohol in the future. Ah. Be strong. Perhaps, I exchange the greetings that might be the final farewell. When Jayuri tries to leave with transfer, I noticed it. Hey, leave the Earth Dragon. I refuse. Jayuri says it coldly, and leave together with the corpse of the Earth Dragon with transfer. After that, although I look around the bottom layer, the other Earth Dragons were collected. Damn you. The next time I meet you, I must avenge myself. Therefore, it becomes impossible to disappear here. Kumo Desu, Nani ka? Before the war. Before the war. Changed one sentence in the part where the Natsum is. Before the war. Shun. Yo. I heard that Natsum is attacking here. Tagawa and Kashitani-san, huh. We are the few reincarnated people who have combat ability here. So, if the barrier breaks, we will also participate. I actually want to hide though. You two have act as adventurers, right? Yes. This idiot says something incomprehensible that it's a royal road to become an adventurer if you are reincarnated with cheats. And, I distinguish myself since the days when I'm a rookie adventurer, I raise my rank at a dash and attract attention, and someday, I will leave my name in this world. Ah. See, he's an idiot, right? You two are childhood friends. Yeah. Even in the previous life and this world. It can be said as an inseparable relationship. What's with that? Aren't we in a relationship? Shut up. Are you dating? Yes. Little by little. There's no need to be embarrassed. Shut up. Ah, well, may you be happy. What's with that lukewarm eyes? It's because you are an idiot. Isn't it harsh? I think that it's an appropriate evaluation though. I love such cold Asaka. Aren't you stupid? Because it looks like I'm a hindrance, I will return. Firums. What's wrong? You looked depressed. Harinth-san. No, it's nothing. That's not the face that it's nothing. What's wrong? Did something happen? I have been hated by everyone of the student. What do you mean? Famu. I see. I am sorry to have you to hear such complaints. No. Oka-san has been holding this alone all along without being able to talk to anyone, right? It's important to speak out like this sometimes. When you say so, I feel ease a little. However, the student list, huh? I have neither heard nor seen such a skill before. That's right. Shunkun's divine protection of heaven is also the same, but the skills that we, reincarnated people have, are unique ones that are not seen normally. The reincarnated people who are being protected here mostly have either high rank skills or other unique skills that no one has it. The skills by nature, skill points, and the knowledge in mind of the previous life. Certainly, if there are such factors, it's possible to become an owner of the world eminent power if it's trained since young. Yes. As for the reincarnated people who was not able to be protected here, all of them have considerable power. Then, the uneasy one is the words, death by skill deprivation. I don't know exactly what does it mean. But, I think that it's certain that something will happen. And, that something is not understood, huh? Yes. Because only the reincarnated people who have a lot of skills have the description, it's a reincarnated person who have the strength more than a certain level like Shunkun and Katia-chan who are aimed. And, Oka-san protected the reincarnated people in order to prevent that, and gave them an environment that's hard to raise the skills. Yes. But, there's probably also the elves' circumstances. Elves' circumstances, huh? Is there a chance to win against the administrator? I don't know. At any rate, it's a fact that the reincarnated people are being protected by the elves. Leaving aside whether they can win or not, I must protect them. Even in this fight, huh? It would be good if the barrier don't break. From my judgment, the barrier will probably break. The reason is, Yuigo will die in this fight. It's written as, death in action, in the student list. I see. If the barrier breaks and it doesn't become a fight, it can't be a death in action. However, the existence with the ruler skill may overturn the prediction of the student list, right? Yes. That's why, I will kill Yuigo with my hands. Don't brood over it so much. Oka-san is too responsible. Not at all. I am a useless teacher who can't even take the responsibility. Such part is what called brooding over. Let out the tension, and relax. I can at least give advice. Thank you. Potamus. Patriarch. The preparation for that thing is completed. Well done. However, is it necessary? Ah. Then, the barrier will break. Well, the army's magic at the outside can't break the barrier. However, it's my intuition after living for many years. The barrier will break. Ha. Am I hard to understand because I judge with a vague thing called intuition? Ah, no, never. There's no need to gloss over it. I find myself ridiculous that I need to rely on such an uncertain thing. Then, why? It's something that I understand after living for a long time. The world is not necessarily according to the theory. And, there's also thing that can be seen at the point beyond the theory. Ha. Anyhow, I have a bad feeling. So, I thought that I should use all the means that I can use. However, when those are used, I feel that it's an excessive forces. I am a timid person. I will be very careful even if it's crushing insects. Free time, huh. It can't be helped. Because you are free, make me laugh with a gag. What an absurd swing. You can't do it. I can't do it even if you said it suddenly. TCH. How incompetent. Then, can you do it? Ha. Why should this me make such lowly person laugh? You can't, huh. It's not that I can't, it's just that there's no meaning to do it. Yeah. So, who will kill Natsum-kun? Do as you please. I'm not interested in such small things. Oh, really? I also don't care though. Make them to add the experience points. Well, depending on the situation. Kumo Desu, Nani ka? Chapter 196. Chapter 196. 196 rather than the spider, it's the ant. I dig the hole diligently. Because I drank with Gyuri, a day was wasted pointlessly. After I was dead drunk, I noticed that the fight of the Demon King and the Earth Dragons was finished. The Demon King, who wander around in the bottom layer for a while, starts moving upwards afterwards. As for the root, it seems to clash with Queen in Charge. Because I have already told it to Queen in Charge, she will escape skillfully. Queen in Charge has already recovered to the extent that she can use transfer. That's why I restarted making the preserved food after being interfered by Gyuri while paying attention to the Demon King's movement. The sea fishing. Did Gyuri warn them? After that, I was not able to catch a water dragon. I was able to catch the water drakes in large quantities though. Oh, yes. Although I only caught water drakes and water dragons so far, when I catch it in large quantities again, there are pure marine products that are not water drakes among them. Somehow, it's only that the water drakes bite the lure frequently because they are carnivores. It seems that there are also normal fishes. The number of hit is considerably low though. Like that, I made full use of the fire magic and smoked the large quantity of foods. Well, I only soak it into the seawater suitably, and smoked it. It's a fake smoking. I have not done any smoking before, and I don't know the way to do it too. So, I only do something that feels like it. Yes, and what I should give priority more than the taste is the preservability. In addition, if it lasts to some extent, I won't get an upset stomach by the effect of the gross feeder title. If it starts rotting, I can just exchange it each time. Thus, I placed the completed pseudo-smoked foods in the bases suitably. The number of bases has already exceeded 2 digits. It's 7 places that I have digged various places suitably. 1 under the town. 3 in the Elro Great Labyrinth. As for the Elro Great Labyrinth, with the idea of its darkest under the lamp post. Although I chose the town because there's a reason, the others are really simply chosen. I dig and made it into a base with the feeling, around here is fine. And, in order to increase the number of bases even more, I'm digging now. However, this time, I'm a little interested in something, so I'm not digging suitably. The place where I am now, is the place advanced straight all the way after going out of the Elro Great Labyrinth. With the purpose of base making and expanding the range of action, I try to go to the place where I haven't gone so far. And so, although I searched for a good place to be made as a base, something strange was caught in detection. There was a space in the underground. There's a considerable depth, and the length seems to be quite long somehow. Because it's beyond the soil, as expected, even the detection doesn't grasp it very well. I, who was driven by interest, dig a hole heading towards that hollow. However, the detection is convenient again. Although I'm heading to a hollow this time, can't I dig up a hot spring depending on how I use this? Ah, that might be good. Although I didn't mind it when I was a complete spider, I am driven by the desire to want to take a bath now that the human was added. When you say why am I saying this is because I smell it. Although there's no such smell from the spider body, there's a smell from the human body. Perhaps, I think that the ways of metabolism are different between the spider and the human. That's why, I didn't mind it so far, but I feel a little of wanting to take a bath. I didn't think that the enhanced smell was useful in such a place. Although there's also a smell from the spider body, It's a smell different than the human body. Although a normal human will not know what smell is that, if it's an owner of the sense of smell at the same level as a dog, it might know the difference. Well, that's if I can find it though. There's no way that a hot spring will be here conveniently. Now, let's go to the mysterious hollow. Even if I say that, I already arrive. I penetrate the hole that I dug, and connects it with the hollow. The inside was a circular tunnel approximately 3 meters in height. And so, the innumerable eyes that pierce me who appeared from the ceiling. It's the ants. Well, I knew it though. While I was digging, I understood that there's something by detection. Apparently, here is the nest of the ant monsters. The ants approximately 2 meters in length looked up at me. As the appraisal result, apparently, these guys are the species called a Phegegoth. It's a name that make me recalls the bees that were in the Elro Great Labyrinth. If I'm not mistaken, the bee's name was Finchgoth, is it? The status is somehow similar. However, these guys have neither the poison stinger nor the flight. Instead, they have the skill called acid attack. In addition, they seem to be able to use soil magic impudently. Well, so what? Even if they have geographical advantage in the numbers, their strength with me is too different. If such thing appears on the ground in large quantities, it will be a pinch for the humans. Quick annihilation, and suppression completed. Although there were evolved individuals like bodyguards and the queen ant in the depths of the nest, I clear them up all at once. While snitching food occasionally, I decide to use this place as one of the bases as it is because I obtained a large quantity of food here. I stuff the corpses of the ant into the wide space where the queen ant was, and lay eggs there. With this, there's no need to worry about the food here. There's no need to make a base by myself purposely, and both food and experience points are obtained. Rather than killing 2 birds with 1 stone, it's killing 3 birds with 1 stone. If I happen to find a similar ant's nest, I will attack it assertively. Kumo Desu, Nani ka? Chapter 197. Chapter 197. 197 The treasure is buried underground. After taking over the ant's nest, I decided to strengthen the underground detection when moving. I was encouraged by the initial success. In a double meaning. The ant was very delicious. It's sour probably because it has the acid attack. That sour was also exquisite. I can say so because I have the acid resistance skill, and if I don't have the resistance, it seems to damage just by eating it. And, the larva was slightly sweet and was delicious. There was no chrysalis probably because it's a monster. Probably, when the larva evolves, it becomes the ant's figure suddenly. Although there were the eggs, because they seem to become food again if they hatch, I wrapped it with threads and left it. I will keep them alive now as food when my eggs hatched. If I wrap it with threads, they can't move freely even if they hatch out, so with this, it's safe even if they hatch earlier than my eggs. It's excellent as a base, and it's delicious as food too. Perfect. That's why, I think that I will find the hot spring by strengthening the underground detection while searching for the ant's nest incidentally. The movement was going well. I avoid the town and the highway of the humans as much as possible, and because I advanced the trackless path, I was able to expand my range of action without a particularly big trouble. I killed the monster on the way, and annihilated something like the bandits. Thanks to that, the map of wisdom became quite wide. If it's this wide range, I can escape with transfer as much as I like. If I don't let my guard down, it can be said that there's almost no need to worry that I will be caught by the Demon King. Even if I was caught, it won't become the worst situation because there's the egg insurance. However, it becomes impossible to escape forever. The connection with Mu in charge has cut. That means Mu in charge has been defeated by the Demon King, and was taken over oppositely. Mu in charge, I won't forget your scale peeling. Then, that means all of the soul takeover plans have become nothing while I was escaping. The only chance to able to defeat the Demon King in the present condition disappeared. Then, there are 2 future actions that I can take. The first one is to continue escaping like this. Although the Demon King defeated me again, the Queen's erosion is still continuing. Because the erosion of 1 queen has ended recently, the remaining queen is 3. The 3 will be completed soon. The erosion seemed to rise probably because I evolved. Although I can't defeat the Demon King now yet, I can bring it into equal if I unify with the remaining queens. It's plan 1 to devote myself to escaping until that time. The second one is to negotiate a ceasefire with the Demon King. My immortality is outstanding even in the present condition. Although I can't defeat the Demon King, I only can't defeat her, and it's impossible for the other side to kill me. I can't defeat the Demon King, and the Demon King can't kill me. Both are deadlock. In addition, the Demon King repelled my soul attack. The urgent threat can be removed. In that situation, if I withdraw from Queens and apologize obediently, there might be a possibility of forgiving me. Because the Demon King was attacked by me and received it, if I apologize with sincerity saying I won't attack you. I'm sorry. Please forgive me, and somehow works well. Such a wishful thinking. Actually, both the Demon King and I are hopeless any further. Even if I finish unifying with the Queen, when it's said whether I can defeat the Demon King or not, to be honest, it's a strange line. In the first place, that Demon King, if she's not an administrator, isn't the most she could do is to take a draw? TL note, I don't know this part. Not sure whether it's a reference or not. To be frank, I don't want to fight against the Demon King anymore. The risk is too huge. Although I must do something to the world as fast as possible, I want to spend the rest of my life peacefully and leisurely if I finish it. I want to eat delicious foods, and live idly. Who will fight against such a large and ghastly monster willingly? However, in case that the Demon King has a vindictive personality, I may be aimed from now on. When thinking about it, I want to become stronger by unifying with the remaining queens, and compete with forces. I want to think that it's not too late to even apologize after that. Well, that part depends on the Demon King. Although I might need to put an end to this in the worst case, I want to decline it if possible. That's why, I will choose the escape of Plan 1 for the present, and when the time comes, I will activate the Plan 2. Now that I decided the future plans, I found an underground hollow. There's a hole at a considerably deep position. It's the depth that my detection is on its limit to even barely perceive the ceiling in the effective range. Isn't this looks like the ant's nest? But, it's too deep for it. In addition, the ceiling seems to be made very firm, and it's like a man-made object. I have a bad feeling. A man-made object in such a deep underground. Judging from the cultural level of the humans that I have seen so far, a question comes into mind whether there's such technology to dig until this deep in the underground and even the technology to build man-made basement there. In addition, the place where I am now is in the forest without people. The depths of the deep forest where even the adventurers don't come near. Will a person make something in the underground of such a place? Can a person make it? I must check this. If my thought is correct, it's necessary to confirm this mysterious underground facility no matter what it takes. Perhaps, my expectation is right. The problem is whether it's alive or not. Although I don't think about it, in case that it's alive by any chance, it's necessary to stop it by all means. No matter what dangers are. I made up my mind, and began to dig the soil. Kumo Desu, Nani ka? Chapter 198. Chapter 198. This is probably the hardest chapter to translate in this series. Or maybe it's just because of the skill name. 198 Underground Ruins. I dig a hole, and push my way through deep in the underground. A layer of the different feeling of material appears clearly so far there. That can't be natural by all odds, and it was the man-made object. There's no reaction at all even if I use the soil magic. While the soil magic is called the soil, the range that it affects is considerably wide. Even if it's soil or metal, if it's a big solid body that has a shape, it has function on anything. Alaba constructs the bridge instantly, and I can dig the hole smoothly is because of such a reason. And, that soil magic was repelled by the wall at my feet. In other words, it has resistance to magic. I appraise the details of the wall with wisdom. Impossible to appraise. Although it's not that I didn't expect it at all, I was not able to appraise the wall. Because I know that it has resistance to magic, it's probably impossible to break it with magic. Having said that, when it's said whether it can be destroyed with physical strength or not, I can do it, but when I do it, I don't know what will happen. I decide to make full use of detection and grasp the whole aspect of this underground facility reluctantly. It was no use. Although the detection passes to some extent, it becomes dim in the hollow part, and the detection can't be activated well. It seems that there's a jammer. This is slightly, no, considerably bad. Although it's good if the jammer is from the wall, if some kind of magic is activated inside, this underground facility is alive. That's a big problem. Should I inform Gyuri? Even if I say so, I don't have the way to inform him. I have no choice but to get in, huh? I found a thing like the entrance of this facility with detection. I digged the hole along the wall, and advanced to the entrance. In the wall that broke off on the way, a square space of one side about 5 meters filled up with soil appears. But then, the inside is filled up with soil. I move the soil with magic. And, the appearing door. The door is made of heavy metal, and it seems to be the type that slides from the left to right to open. There's no thing like a knob. Well, that's obvious. It's clearly different thing from the civilization above. It's a mechanical door that was clearly made to open automatically. This square space might have been an elevator originally. I put my hands on the door that's unbecoming in the fantasy world. The door that's buried in the soil for a very long time didn't open automatically. I reluctantly force it open manually. Heavy. Although it can be opened because of my status, this is too heavy. But, such an impression becomes trivial immediately. Ahead of the door that I broke open forcibly. The emergency light that emits faint green light. I'm shined by the light, and the inside of the underground facility appears faintly. Well, I have the night vision though. An unbelievable thing was put there. A metal puppet of the height about 2 meters. In a word, it was a robot. In addition, it was made with considerably advanced technology. That's aligned on both sides of the wall. No. I did expect it, you know? Although I did, what's with a robot in the fantasy world? Moreover, this robot is a combat type no matter how I look at it. Thank you very much. The worst one is these robots are still alive. In the evidence, the robots begin to start together with a noisy siren. Although a voice of something can also be heard with the siren, unfortunately, because it speaks in a different language from the one that I learned from the Queen's knowledge, I don't know the contents. Well, at any rate, I think that it's the announcement that an intruder came, so intercept it. Intruder, in other words, it's me. I'm intercepted. Damn it. The robot stands up. It was a 4-legged robot. There are 4 arms too. Although 2 of that are reproduced from the human's arm, and the weapon like the sword combined with the gun is attached on the other 2 instead of the hands. Is it the 2 guns 2 swords style? The normal arm also grips a heavy large caliber gun. Is it the 4 guns style? There's no head, and a small muzzle is attached instead. Is it the 5 guns style? Approximately 100 robots of such world-tearing outlook. Approximately is because wisdom doesn't activate well in this facility. Somehow, the detection jammer is not from the wall, but it seems to be the magic obstruction activated in this building. Even if I try to activate magic, it doesn't go well as if the construction is being obstructed by something. This is bad. I'm in a pinch plainly. As long as I'm here, I can't use the skills. I can only rely on simple hand-to-hand combat. Magic obstruction, that's according to the name, it obstructs the activation of magic. In other words, magic can't be used. And, in fact, most of the skills are magic. The skill's identity is a simplified thing that assists so that the magic can be activated easily using the power of the system. The power of the soul of the skill's owner forms as plain power. Whether my thread or my poison, everything was the product by magic. And, naturally, resistance is also included in it. The physical nullity that I have. This one always sets up a barrier on my body to the powerful physical attack. In fact, I myself don't nullify the physical attack. Furthermore, despite saying nullity, if I'm hit by the power that exceeds the barrier's defensive ability, I will receive damage normally. If I'm hit seriously by an alien who was born in the super vegetable planet, I will break into small fragments. TL note, Dragon Ball reference. The super vegetable is basically Super Saiyan, as how Toriyama picked the name from vegetable/yase, and the vegetable planet is Planet Vegeta. The resistance is the magic that always deploys a defense barrier to the attack and the neutralizing function. Because the magic is obstructed naturally by the magic obstruction, the present me is in an origin state without any resistances. Furthermore, my status is also done by the magic called Enhanced Body and Cover Enhanced Destruction, TL note. The offensive ability is only reinforced with hitting muscle strength by magic. I only raise the muscle strength corresponding to it to move quickly. Because I activate it in the body, the magic obstruction has a small influence. It doesn't mean that it's not only small. Regarding it, it's good if the defensive ability is inside the body, but the surface skin receives the magic obstruction directly. In other words, one thin skin is almost the state without defense. Although I can still endure it in the body, when the thin skin tears off, the defense of the place that torn off falls. And so, if it's pierced, it will become a fatal wound sooner or later. Something like gradually torn off from the skin. What's with that torture? The army of 100 robots vs. I who's without skills and my status is weakening. Ah, this is seriously bad. Kumo Desu, Nani ka? Chapter 199. Chapter 199. Posting it a little early today. 199 Robot Army. For the time being, let's confirm the one that can be used in the skills on hand. Although I said that I'm without skills, it doesn't mean that everything can't be used. The skills that act in the body is effective. The super thought acceleration can be used without a problem. Otherwise, there won't be time to think leisurely like this. The super thought acceleration can be used. But the future vision can't. The evasion, accuracy, and great probability correction can be used, Although these skills are skills that automatically make slight modifications to the action by the power of the system and make the best movement in the situation, in short, it's the correction skills that make the amateur to be able to evade or hit like a skilled warrior. Because it's the skills that raise my basic techniques, I don't seem to receive the obstruction. For the same reason, the throw probably can be used. Although a part of the golden evasion combo can't be used, still, I can secure the evasion power fairly well. The magic type is annihilated. The things that affect the outside like psychokinesis and shoot are useless. It's painful that space maneuver is useless. The evil eyes are also annihilated. The creation type like the poison synthesis and medicine synthesis is also useless. Because the thread belongs to the creation type, it can't be used. Because every kind of enhanced attack skills is the things that are assisted with power bonus externally against the attribute that the system judged, I think that it probably can't be used. Because this part is slightly complicated, I also can't say a certain thing. The status strengthening skills of Magic God Act and War God Spirit are partly possible. It's working properly other than the one thin skin. The Divine Dragon power is the same except that the magic effect negation can't be used. The Dragon Barrier is useless. Although I thought whether I could oppose the magic obstruction with magic effect negation of the Divine Dragon power and Dragon Barrier, it didn't went well. The magic obstruction setup here seems to be considerably advanced, and I was easily overcome. Only the skills that strengthens the body can be used. In other words, I have no choice but to raise the level and hit it physically in the end. Although it would be good if the super speed HP recovery activates, I can't expect it. On the other hand, the robot army is fully armed, or rather, the existence itself is a weapon. After all, they don't receive the magic obstruction, so I'm overwhelmingly disadvantageous. In the first place, these guys are operating by the technology that drove the world to ruin before the system construction. As expected, I won't lose if there's no magic obstruction, but I should think that every one of them has the power of the dragon class. And there's 100 of them. What should I do? I can't leave here. But can I win? Should I withdraw once and inform Gyuri? No. Because I can do the egg revival in the worst case, it's better to act violently as much as possible. If it's the egg revival that can even escape from the Demon King, even the magic obstruction shouldn't be able to prevent it. Fortunately, I have made a lot of refuges. It's not painful even if I consume it here. Although my status falls temporarily, even if I receive the Demon King's attack before revival, I can just do another egg revival. If I alone can suppress here by any chance, I might obtain that, outwitting Gyuri. I don't think that this facility that lived so long doesn't have that. I want it by all means. If I obtain that, I might be able to push forward my plan ahead of schedule. Even if it's necessary to revive, it's worth doing it. At any rate, Gyuri will only clear up here even if I fail. Thus, I finish the very long thinking, and switch to combat. The robots get up and try to prepare the weapon here. Even if I think for a long time, the opponents just got ready for combat. Thanks to Super Thought Acceleration. Now that I can't use magic, I can only do close combat. It's bad if a distance is kept with the opponent that has the gun. I draw near to the robot that was the nearest with a dash. My speed doesn't decrease so much, But, somehow, my feet hurts. I hit the robot's body hard with the running momentum while enduring it. The robot blows off. Hard? Ouch. Wah. The skin of the fist that I used tears. Come to think of it, the defense of the thin skin disappeared. Even the damage of my own attack's recoil is received, It's probably because of this that I have a pain in my feet. If I don't have sense of pain nullity, I would be flinched with that alone. Because I have the sense of pain nullity, I can ignore it while feeling pain. It doesn't recover. Although it looks like it recovered a little, the appearance is almost unchanged. Although it's just at the scratch level, it seems to take more than 1 hour to complete recovery. It seems that I should think that there's no recovery. I add a pursuit to the robot that blew off while thinking about such a thing. To be exact, I was going to add it. The other robots fired the gun, and interfered. Although the evasion was delayed a little more than usual because I don't have the future vision, I escape from the line of fire before the opponents fire the gun. The bullets pass at high speed to the extent that whether I can even perceive it barely or not. Seriously? I hardly saw it even if I have the Super Thought Acceleration and enhanced 5 senses. If I'm aimed by that, I can't avoid it. It's obvious that I will become a beehive like this. And, what's worst is that the gun that the robots hold is rapid fire like the machine gun type. It's only a nightmare that it can rapid fire at that speed. I approach the robot that fell immediately. It's approximately simultaneous that I make the robot as the shield and the simultaneous shooting attacked. Innumerable bullets pierce the robot that was made as my shield. A part of my body that was not able to hide is blown off by the bullet. Not pierce, but blows off. What power is that? And, in addition, what has become of the enduring robot's armor? But, as expected, the robot's armor is damaged too. If this goes on, it will be pierced sooner or later. I snatch the gun from the robot's hand. Although my arm is hit by the bullet and hollowed out on this occasion, I can't mind it now. I shift the gun from the right hand that's half torn to the left hand. I put the muzzle from the gap of the robot's body, and pull the trigger. A terrible recoil was transmitted to my hand. I'm glad that I shift hands. If I pull the trigger with my right hand will torn off completely. I fight back against the robot's shooting. But, here is one and the other side is approximately 100. Although it would be around 10 robots that attack me because of the area of the building, still, it's 10 times. There's also the remaining quantity of the bullet, so it's obvious that I will lose soon. I advance with the robot made as the shield while pulling the trigger. Although I almost stumble by the shock whenever the bullets hit the robot, still, I advance while enduring the pain. And, I throw myself into the robot group that unite as a troop together with the robot that I made as the shield. I throw the shield robot that can't maintain its model anymore, and I make the next robot in front of me as the shield. When it comes to this, I will die honorably with the resolution for revival seriously. Kumo Desu, Nani ka? Chapter 200. Chapter 200. 200 Loot. I pretend to bring in a melee, and I abduct a robot and withdraw quickly. If it's a melee, they will stop shooting because they are afraid of friendly fire, but such thing is only when the opponent was a living flesh human. If it's the opponent is the emotionless opponent, it will shoot me together with its allies without hesitation. Moreover, even though I receive a large damage just by one shot, it's only to the extent that the robot's armor scratched a little. I'm at disadvantage to die honorably with a suicide attack. I made the newly abducted robot as the shield, and I observe the robots in order to destroy the present condition desperately. To be exact, it's the analysis of the magic set in the robots. The countermeasure for the magic obstruction that's tormenting me. The robot army acts calmly in the magic obstruction. They have the defensive ability to the extent that it's impossible, and it's clear that magic is used. The answer is because the magic to neutralize the magic obstruction is built into the robots. The magic that obstructs the magic obstruction further. I analyze it, and intend to defeat the present condition by imitating it. Because it's a considerably complicated construction and it's concealed skillfully, it takes a considerable time for the analysis, but if the analysis is completed, I should be able to reverse the formation at once. I devote myself to evasion, and advance the analysis at the same time. Even if I use the super thought acceleration, I can't evade the bullets by seeing it. I look at the robot's movement, predict the trajectory of the fired bullet, and I must evade it from the trajectory beforehand. I won't make it if I avoid it after it was fired. If there's only one opponent, I have composure, but it doesn't mean that my processing power can't make it in time. In the first place, the bullets fill up the space to the extent that there's no space to avoid. But still, I move around everywhere toying the robots in order to minimize the damage. I turn my brain fully after a long time. Evasion and analysis. Thanks to that, my head seems to explode. My head seriously exploded. 3 Veos Chua. The human head is taken away beautifully. Fool. That's also the main body. Oh. Bad. The human brain can't be used, and the processing speed drops sharply. In this environment that I can't expect the recovery, it was a serious wound that's not strange to die normally. Well, I have the patience and immortality. Even the magic obstruction was not able to stop these two skills. As expected of the skills of the broken ability. Despite that, the magic obstruction set up around this place is an advanced thing that can even reduce my ability remarkably, I can activate the broken skills without a problem at all. As long as the body maintains the model, there's no difficulty in actions. Because the human head is crushed, if even the spider is destroyed, it might be a little dangerous. I can't afford to take things easy anymore. Because I can't use the human brain, the evasion has become sloppy. The right arm that was half torn is blown off. Several feet were taken away too. The bullets graze the body of both human and spider. As expected, this is already bad. When it becomes such step, the analysis is completed at last. I deploy the imitated magic based on the analysis result extemporaneously. To see through the opponent's magic formula while fighting in this short time, I'm a genius. The effect was outstanding. As expected of a magic made extemporaneously, the power is lower than the genuine one built in the robots, but at least, it made my status recover to some extent. From there, it was comparatively one-sided. The bullet that scrapes off my flesh just by grazing it until then, didn't become a fatal wound even if it hits me directly. Although it doesn't mean that there's no damage at all, it was to the extent that I don't need to make the robot as the shield. The recovery of the wound also began gradually. After all, although I was not able to use magic, I was able to knock down the robots. I hit it, cut it with sickle, and threw it. Like that, I annihilated the robot army. Although I was prepared for the revival, I managed it. The robots are annihilated, and I cancelled the magic obstruction that was set in this facility. I only destroyed the machine that generated the magic obstruction though. Immediately after that, my damaged body starts recovering. The human head that was blown off is cured as before, and the right arm grows too. Ah, it was tiresome. But, I did it. Phew. After this, it's fun time. Like that, I checked all over the facility. The robot that repairs the robot. The air cleaning system function maintenance. And so on. And, in the deepest part of the facility, I discovered that which I searched for. A huge machine. The energy in there was an extraordinary size. Despite that, the energy increases whenever time passes. Ma energy generator. That machine is the main source that produced the greatest taboo. The thing that the existence itself can't be allowed, that leads the world to collapse. I never thought that it's still running. I destroy the device, and recover the ball of the palm size that saves the energy called the core. With this device can't collect energy anymore. But, the energy that has been saved so far is concentrated in this core. I put the core in space storage for a moment. I retrace the way where I came while destroying the facility. And, I returned to the place where the ruins of the robot army piled up, and I began the dismantling of the robots. The aim is the core built in the robots. Although the capacity is smaller than the core that's in the Ma energy generator, the core should have been built into these robots. The core of the aim was in the body, and I recovered the core from each body. I put the recovered cores on the floor. Among those, there were the ones that got damaged in the combat and the energy came out, but still, I have collected a considerable number of cores. When I add the energy of all cores, it becomes outrageous. If it converts into simple fracture energy, this whole area will blow off. It should become the energy that can cause a natural disaster lightly. The energy that the ancients of this world create in order to satisfy their own desire. The energy that can be said as the vitality of this star. Phew. It's this. I broke through the disadvantageous situation by force just for this. I have the right to secure this as a loot. If Gyuri is here, he will absolutely take it away. Well, it's impossible to leave such dangerous materials, right? But, that Gyuri is not here. The chance to be able to defeat the robot army was low, and there was the possibility that Gyuri will interfere in the middle of fighting. That's why, I thought that it's a godsend to obtain it, but for it to go this well. Thank you, God. It's not you, okay? If all of these energies unify with me, I can expect a considerable level up. The taboo knowledge included the method to absorb this energy. Although it's a suicidal act to absorb all of these energies if it's a human, I should be able to endure it. If it went well, I might surpass the Demon King with this. Thus, I apply magic to the collected cores. The core in me unites magically, and the energy that dwelled in the core is poured into me. There's not much changes. Strange. I absorb the energy of all the cores while thinking so. Strange. Although I thought that there was a level or whatever change if I absorb the core. There's nothing. Did I fail? No. The magic formula should have been perfect. In fact, the energy of the core is empty. It should be certain that it was transferred to me. When I had begun to learn impatience slightly, it happened suddenly. Skill proficiency reached. Skill Divinity Area Expansion LV9 has become Divinity Area Expansion LV10. Conditions met. Apotheosis starts. The shock to the extent that it's unendurable overflows from my inside. And, I let go of my consciousness easily. Kumo Desu, Nani ka? Elf Village Battle 1. Elf Village Battle 1. Start of the battle. Elf Village Battle. Elf camped outside the barrier. When you ask what is the most dangerous mission for the elves, most people will answer the patrol outside the barrier that protects the village. The barrier set up around the village is the absolute defense that has never been broken in the long history. However, just because of that, they can't afford to not be cautious. The elves placed soldiers for the patrol outside the barrier even in the peacetime, and performed a patrol whether there was any suspicious part or not. The reason why this mission is the most dangerous for the elves is because of a certain monster inhabiting outside the barrier. The name of the monster is Queen Terratect. The monster with the power of the myth rank that's said that there are 5 of it in the world. One of those. The Queen Terratect made this forest as its house. In addition, it's close to the elf village. The Queen Terratect gives birth to the subordinate monsters by the spawning skill. Those monsters aim and attack the elves obstinately. In case of a lower rank one, the strength is not a big deal. However, as for the monster of the species called Terratect, the strength skyrockets by evolution. The Terratect species that evolve and became an adult, is a brutal monster that's equal to the dragon species. In the forest outside the barrier, such evolved individuals of the Terratect species lurk. Even the lower rank individual makes the nest sometimes, and when someone got caught in the nest, even a skillful elf will die without being able to escape. Although it's safe in the barrier, when they go out, it's the spiders' hunting ground. The most dangerous place for the elves. However, a threat different from it has gathered outside the barrier now. The allied forces of the humans. It's the army led by the Rengzant Empire. In the place where the pterodactyl species strode usually, the humans formed a formation and stand by. The figure of the pterodactyl species is not seen. The elves predict that it probably have been exterminated by the army. Although they don't think that the queen can be defeated, the queen rarely moves by itself. It seems that it's abandoned. The existence that have threatened the elves so far was defeated by the existence that threatened the elves now. Only the kind of the threat changed, and either way, it was a situation that can't be welcomed for the elves. The elf observers observe the state of the army. What should be paid attention is the existence of the magic division that has been advancing the preparations for the large-scale magic all the time in the firm defense for several days. As for the elves who have long lifespan and deep intelligence, it's obvious that they have the knowledge of the skill more than the humans. And, even if they compare it with the knowledge, there's no magic that corresponds to it. It was an unknown magic construction. The hugeness of the construction exceeds the strategy class magic called Great Magic lightly, and it takes pride twice of the magnificence. The preparations for several days is also abnormal. It can't be predicted what will happen if such a huge magic is activated even if they have the elves' knowledge. The elf observers considered to somehow interfere when there's a chance. However, it was not put into practice. The basic strategy in the elf forest is climb the tree, and showers magics and arrows to the opponent on the ground from the top. Because this Garam forest is made of large trees, the space between the trees is wider than normal forest, but still, because it's a forest, it's a narrow and complicated terrain compared to the plain. It's a place where it's considerably difficult to move the army, the march becomes slow by all means, and the formation of the army is disordered to avoid the trees which are the obstacle and becomes sparse. If they are attacked from the top, they will be helpless. The elves' strategy is the guerrilla strategy. They are familiar with the forest, and they receive the training specialized in the combat. They cooperate and corner the opponent while moving individually and separately. The observers also spread out and observed the army from various angles. The observers' heads fall approximately at the same time. Without knowing what happened. Without realizing that they died. Ha! To be taken from the back this easily, aren't the elves not a big deal? It's a boy who decapitated the elves. If a viewer sees him, the boy will be called a ninja. Black clothes and a katana at the waist. The katana probably decapitated the elves. That damn old man pushed such a troublesome thing. The boy who scratches his head in the way that the bottom of his heart is troublesome. The state that the magic made spending several days activates is reflected in the eyes. Well, it's the best to do it suitably. It's a farce anyway. The boy who annihilated the spread elves at the same time alone. He sees the magic crashes into the barrier, bends, and breaks unnaturally, and he smiled wryly. It looks just like the barrier broke only because the magic hits. But, the boy doesn't miss the unnaturalness. Something that was different from the magic destroyed the barrier. The boy was able to see so, and in fact, the boy knows that it's so. Well then, let's go. Although it's bad for Ken, my own life is more precious. The boy looks down at the state of the marching army. Like despising, and like looking down. Here was done well, so the others will do well. I mean, can this not go well? The boy disappears in the forest with a carefree state. And, as subsequent to the boy, the monsters that lurked in the darkness have begun to wriggle. Kumo Desu, Nani ka? Elf Village Battle 2. Elf Village Battle 2. A translation mistake. Just a name. Kushi your right word arrow kashitani. And, it seems that Kumo-ko, I mean the novel, is going to become a light novel. The scheduled release date is December 10th. Because it's a light novel, Kumo-ko will be illustrated. Elf Village Battle. Reincarnated People's Residential Area. Will the barrier seriously break? What are you dreaming? Come on, let's go. Several hours before the barrier breaks. In the residential area of the reincarnated people, the two former adventurers advanced the preparations for departure. Tagawa Kunihiko, and Kashitani Asaka. Of course there's the name in this world, but Kunihiko and Asaka call each other by their previous life's names. This is because they are used to that. Both have the parents of a certain mercenary group. Although it seems that they stay at a place and settle down there to some extent when both of them are babies, when both of them come to be able to walk, they moved from place to place. If there's a war, the mercenary group will go there. If there's a request of escort, they will follow. If the monster appears, they will go to exterminate it. Because they traveled around various places, they end up marching the continent without the whereabouts being pinpointed by the elves. Being a reincarnated people was one of the cause that they can walk earlier than normal children. Although both of them were childhood friends in the previous life, they grew up as childhood friends even in this world. It was already the level that looked like a family, and it was natural to be close to each other for both of them. Because of that, when Kunihiko said I will become an adventurer, and rushed out of the mercenary group, Asaka follows him afterwards like it's natural. Like that, both of them become adventurers, and they move from place to place again. During that time, there were excellent adventures, and both of them attracted attention as the existences that surpassed the others among the young people. Because of the attention, it can be said that they are in this place now. The obtained fame flows to the elves as it is, and both of them end up being brought into the same place as the other reincarnated people like this. When they were brought, they were pleased with the reunion with the old friends who met after a long time. However, after that, they ask what kind of life in the elf village, and the flippant feeling sank in an instant. They were made to shrink back in the situation like keeping until death. Kunihiko has begun to get tired of the life without dream and romance immediately. On the other hand, Asaka thought this life is acceptable. Although she was pulled by the unprecedented Kunihiko, Asaka is a relatively normal girl. The life as the adventurer was dangerous, and as for Asaka who's stability-oriented, a modest life seemed to suit her even if there was neither dream nor romance. Starting with chairperson Kudo, the reincarnated people who are in the elf village seem to be dissatisfied with the life here. Asaka also understood the reason well after she actually starts living. Get up early in the morning, work, and sleep at night. Life without pleasure. In addition, she perceived that the elves monitored secretly. It was the honest impression of Asaka that it's inevitable that the stress will be accumulated. However, judging from Asaka who knows the danger on the outside, it was not unendurable. Asaka who traveled around various places possessed the thing called adaptability without choice. If she don't have it, she won't survive, and even if she has it, she can die easily if she's unlucky. That's the outside, or rather, it's the common sense in this world. Judging from Asaka, the elf village where safety is guaranteed can't be considered as a terrible environment. Even if that's said, most of the people here don't know the outside fact including Kudo. Although she speak of the outside dangers in the present life indirectly, their dissatisfaction was not cancelled. She sensed that sensei is hiding something, and her actions are all for the former students. Asaka understood it because she lived as an outlaw adventurer for a long time, and the ability to judge a person was developed. But, nevertheless, because she felt that following up the abducted people is wrong, she leaves as it is. Asaka has the peace at any price principle unlike Kunihiko. On the other hand, Kunihiko doesn't hide his true intention. He says the things that he thought, and says the things that he heard. If it's a boy, the word adventure is an attractive word by all means, and it was a natural flow to hear it from Kunihiko who has real experience. And, Kunihiko talked about the previous adventures as he was asked. The first time defeating a monster. Level up. Like that, the boys who listened attentively to the adventure story swung from joy to sorrow. Although most boys turned an admired look to Kunihiko who realized the man's dream, there were those who understood the outside severity after hearing Kunihiko's story. Both of them entered the elf village gave influence to the other reincarnated people for good and bad. And, it shook. Do you demand the safe present life or the dangerous freedom? Of course it's not a problem that can be solved at once. But, the time when such choice is done may come someday. They were chased by the daily life while being at loss. And, the elf village was on the verge of danger without being able to decide it and the power to take actions. I begged you. However, Don't act recklessly. The permission to participate in the interception war was given to both Kuniko and Asaka, who had the power to fight. All of the reincarnated people who remain see off the two people. Kudo sent the words of encouragement representing everyone. Yeah. Wait with the intention to board a large ship. Kunihiko laughs cheerfully, and changes his eyes to cold at the next moment. So, Aji, will you tell me your real intention that you tried to serve poison to us before we leave? The glances turns to Aguilera, who's in charge of cooking all at once. Aguilera received the glances, and he can only be flustered. Kumo Desu, Nani ka? Elf Village Battle 3. Elf Village Battle 3. Elf Village Battle. Reincarnated People's Residential Area. Aguilera got impatient. Even though he should have mixed poison in the dish of the two former adventurers, they looked fine. He suppresses the impatience in the heart, and sees off the two people with an innocent look. It's already hopeless for Aguilera now that it became like this. Although the mission failed, the implication of the insurance is strong, and he have no choice but to entrust it to the people on the site. Fortunately, the two people don't seem to notice that it was poisoned. It probably was resisted unconsciously because the poison resistance was high. He thought so. So, Aji, will you tell me your real intention that you tried to serve poison to us before we leave? By Kuniko's words, Aguilera's color of blood draws right away. It was noticed. What do you mean? He plays innocent. Don't he play innocent? I already know that you're the one who did it. A firm intention that evasion will not be allowed was felt. Aguilera gave up in making an excuse quickly. He don't say such stupid thing like, where's the evidence? Becoming innocent if there's no evidence only works in the constitutional state. Here is the different world, and there's neither the police nor the lawyer. Aguilera was already guilty in Kunihiko, and a poor excuse will only worsen the position oppositely. It would be good if you become impossible to move by the poison. The surroundings react to the words. Seeing the state, Kunihiko and Asaka are half convinced that this is the action that Aguilera took alone. Although it's not certain yet, the reaction of the surroundings is seriously surprised, and the two people who passed through bloodshed as adventurers knew the feelings and gesture of the people very clearly. And, judging from the experience, they consider everyone to be innocent excluding Aguilera. That's too bad. Should I have you tell me the circumstances slowly after I hit you once? Well, wait. Although it's certain that I served poison, this is something that I did thinking of you, you know. Kunihiko who tries to step forward. Aguilera who restrains him with words. Aguilera thinks desperately for a reversal while not showing the feelings of impatience. What do you mean? It's simple. If you two go, you will die. Kunihiko moves one step closer. Aguilera take a step backward according to it. The eyes pass by Kunihiko and is turned to the several elves who came to guide Kunihiko and Asaka. In addition, he search for the presence of the elf who hides and watches this residential area. From here on, it's gambling. Natsum acts recklessly and dispatched the army here. What Shun said is not wrong, but only half is correct. Natsum's army is in disguise, the original purpose, the annihilation of the elves starts. What? Surprised? I'm an infiltration member who leaks the information to the outside from the inside. In this strategy, most of the elves will be killed. Because it's planned that they won't interfere here, I recommend that you don't go to the battlefield. Kuniko's movement stops. Casting a sideways glance at him, Asaka thinks whether Aguilera's words are true or not. It's slow that Aguilera was brought here among the reincarnated people. However, unlike Kunihiko and Asaka who were brought just approximately 1 year ago, it's said that Aguilera was brought approximately 10 years ago. Although it's slow among the reincarnated people, it's not slow to the extent that it's unnatural. What did Aguilera do during the short period before he was brought into the elf village? He is brought into the elf village, and he can contact the outside even though there's the barrier. Aguilera confessed those questions easily. I am affiliated with the church, and I received the training for information gathering when I was young. The unique skill that I have is infinite calling. That's a skill that can use telepathy without limitations. It can pass through the barrier, and it can't be tapped unlike the telepathy. I contact the outside all the time with this. Ah, of course I conceal it with concealment. The elves probably think that the Taijutsu genius LV1 is my inborn skill. The elves' action on Aguilera who exposed it was fast. They activate magic to restrict the body. It's the magic that wears wind on the target's body, and seals the motion. Aguilera evaded it. Kunihiko and Asaka who were active as adventurers took in that the ability is on the level that can't be called as an amateur from the movement. But, it's far from the first rank. But still, if it's assumed that he acquired this movement in the several years before coming to the elf village, he has accumulated considerable training. It's already over for the elves. Would you like to die in vain for the elves, or survive here? Which one will you choose? The reincarnated people are upset to the words. There are no good feelings for the elves. Having said that, it was hopeless even if such a thing was said suddenly. Aguilera thrown the words to the former adventurers, Kunihiko and Asaka. He judged that there were prospects of victory if he can bring these two people into this side. But, Aguilera forgot it because of the impatience. That he has already done a hostile act called poisoning. Asaka holds down Aguilera on the ground. Aguilera didn't know what happened for an instant. Elves. This person's treatment will be decided by us. Interference is unnecessary. Asaka declares in a cold voice. The elves are overwhelmed by it. I will have you to tell me the full story. Aguilera is pulled by Asaka, and is thrown into a nearby house. Although the elves try to follow after her, Kunihiko blocks the path. You are too careless. Asaka, who applied soundproof, draws closer to Aguilera. Saying such a thing, if you oppose the elves here, what about the others who can't fight? Aguilera can't answer Asaka's cross-examination. The mission ordered to Aguilera is to make sure that the reincarnated people to be quiet. Without choosing the means in that case. And, the one that you come up with is poison? That's too poor. It can't be helped. I was not able to leak information carelessly because there were the eyes of the elves. Then, isn't it fine if you use your boasted, infinite calling? Ah. Asaka sighs to Aguilera who looks foolish that he just noticed it. For the time being, I will torture you. What? And, the eyes of the elves will turn away even a little. It's a pretense, right? It's unnatural if there's no wound, right? Aguilera's scream echoes in the house where the soundproof was purposely cancelled. Of course it reaches everyone's ears on the outside, and they became terrified. Aguilera receives really light torture, and spits out everything to Asaka. With the information, Asaka and Kunihiko begin to move. Not to go to fight, but to survive. Kumo Desu, Nani ka? Elf Village Battle 4. Elf Village Battle 4. Elf Village Battle. Ra-nan. The barrier is broken, and the army begins to advance. However, the way the barrier breaks has a sense of incongruity. Teacher, what's wrong? How do you see the way the barrier breaks just now? As expected, did teacher also feel unnatural? There's no way that I can't see through it when you can see through it. Even my foolish apprentice had the sense of incongruity, so it's certain. That doesn't seem to be destroyed by the great magic prepared by here. Although that great magic was an advanced magic formula that I don't even know, the abilities of the magicians who handle it are poor. Although it's said that they are the magicians of the church, I can only see that they are swung around by the magic with that skill. However, then, what caused the barrier to break? At the moment when the magic hit the barrier directly, a different shock seemed to be added to the barrier. If that's the case, is there something that's acting as well as us? The purpose? Is it the elves feint to pretend so? If that's the case, it's dangerous to continue marching, but, Famu. We will take separate actions than the main army from here. Come. Wadash, teacher. Don't worry. That idiot Yuigo doesn't see the whole. Even if we take separate actions, he won't notice it. Is it such a problem? I think I will at least leave a messenger. There. My intuition is saying it. I must confirm the mysterious existence that destroyed the barrier. Then, there's no need to hesitate. From the way the barrier breaks, I calculate backward the approximate position. We began marching to there. However, we received continuously attacks from everywhere in the forest, and we were confined quickly. The elves shot magic and arrows from the gap of the trees. I see. Even though our footing is bad and the march can't advance, they can have the upper hand by using the trees. This means that the whole forest is a huge trap. Teacher, don't feel admired, and please do something. The apprentices fight back to the elves' magic desperately. The progress of the battle is equal. Although there's damage here, there's no dropouts among the foolish apprentices. I'm slightly disappointed. Elves are only to this extent, huh? Teacher? Do you hear what I'm saying? If the elves are excluded, the world's strongest magician. Although that's my present evaluation, I'm made to realize that the evaluation was wrong after looking at the elves actually. It's a good evidence that they can only fight with the foolish apprentices at an equal degree. Elves are not my enemy. I construct magic. Activate. A elf is shot through by my magic, and dies. Are you satisfied with this? Why yes. I annihilate the elves, and begin to walk in the silent forest again. What speed of magic construction? Although there's that too, is it possible to create that amount of magic instantly? No, in the first place, that magic should not have the function of pursuit. To apply additional effect in the magic, that person is a genius after all. It's deplorable that they are excited about a child's play of this level. Mew. I prevent the flown magic. I see. Quite a power. The dexterity is different from the elves who I annihilated just now. Reinforcement, huh? I confirm it with 1,000 miles eyes. Similar to the elves just now, the strategy that makes the trees as the shield and attack from a long distance is unchanged. This is a slightly intense opponent for the apprentices. Well, let's get a little serious. I construct magic. The number is 10 times of just now. The power is double. Because there's a distance, I raise the pursuit function. Although I understood that the elves hold their breath, there's no reason to show mercy. The magic that I shot pierced the elves' bodies. Although some of them deploy defensive magic, they are pierced together with the magic. Although some of them shoot magic to offset it, it's pierced without being able to offset it. Although some of them try avoid it and escape, they are caught up by the pursuing magic. I transfer. In front of me who transferred is the only one among the elves who prevented my magic. However, it was not completely prevented, and the body was covered in blood. Even the transfer is mastered, you monster. I am not a monster. You are only weak. Bullshit. The elf exerts his last strength and constructs magic. Slow. The activation of my magic that starts after that was faster, and the elf dies easily. It's splendid. Nonsense. Even if you defeat an opponent of this degree, there's nothing that can be boasted. It's the elves, you know? It's said that they far exceed the humans if it's the magic skill. It's only the teacher who can slaughter easily like this. If it's that person, they can be killed more easily. If it's this, the recent hero is more stronger. Teacher, why did you withdraw at that time? I think a little to the apprentice's question. Certainly, like my apprentice sees through my mind, I might win if I use all my power. Although if it's me alone, the winning rate is half, if I match with my apprentices, we might be able to win. However, I didn't intend to make that bet. I'm also naive. I didn't want to see the appearance of my apprentices dying. And also, the appearance of the hero dying. I have one apprentice. The apprentice who I was not able to finish bringing up with this hand because of the political thing and various ties. The period that we were together is only 13 days. An owner of talent that might develop more if I put him nearby. Although that fought mainly with a sword, if I had to say, that had talent in magic. That's why, if I raise him with this hand, he might not be defeated by the demons. All of these are not assumptions. There was hardly anything that can be taught in 13 days. But still, the previous hero Julius is my best apprentice without a doubt. It's a fact that I'm told to teach him by that person. However, after I begin to teach people, I feel that I have found something important. Did that person foresee this to come? I don't know. I can't foresee that person's real intention. I was able to confirm that the younger brother of my ex-apprentice grew up splendidly. And, if one were to say that the feeling of guilt that I didn't lead Julius properly fade, it's different, but there was an emotional thing. That's why, there was no choice of fighting in that place. It's a whim. Ha. I evaded suitably to deceive the real intention. Well, if I meet with that hero the next time, it might be good to train him a little serious. Although a defeat is certain if it's pure power, if I'm not obsessed with winning, there are many ways to do it. I could be able to teach him that there's also a way to fight without losing. Although I don't know whether we will meet again or not. For the time being, the first thing to do is to survive this battlefield. Kumo Desu, Nani ka? Elf Village Battle 5. Elf Village Battle 5. Elf Village Battle. Theorems. I was alone in the front line. Shunkun and Katia-chan are the rear forces. Shunkun is too kind. If I say it badly, he's too naive. Surely, even if he can defeat a monster, he can't kill a human. That's why, I have him to be in the rear unit. The persuasion was entrusted to Herinth-san. He also understood Shun's naivete, and accepted my plan. I'm thankful to Shun-kun. I might not be able to return to the elf village by passing through the Elro Great Labyrinth with my power alone. But, from here on, it's the teacher's work. I can't borrow the power of Shun-kun and the others. The barrier was broken. To be honest, I was half in doubt, but the barrier was really broken. But, the shock that the other elves received was more than me. The defensive wall that should be called absolute that has never been destroyed since they were born, was broken. Coupled with the threat of the monster that's outside the barrier, the shock that they lost the heart's support is immeasurable. Although I assumed such a situation, they must have thought that the barrier will never be broken. Everyone, please calm down. I tell the panicking elves. The barrier was broken. However, the device that generated the barrier was not broken. We should hold out until the barrier restores again. I am the daughter of the patriarch. In addition, I am a reincarnated person and my ability is high, and I have a strong right to speak among the elves. If I'm seen from the elves who live for a long time, I am a young girl even if I add my age of the previous life, but no matter what they think, they will follow my words. Now also, they hear my words, and they seem to regain calmness little by little. In addition, here is in the forest. It's like the garden of we, elves. The human army can't defeat us. Let's teach them that it's stupid to challenge the elves in the forest. I tell strong words to inflame the fighting spirit a little. In truth, the situation is not so kind. Although there's the advantage of the terrain called the forest, as for the total number, the other side is overwhelming. On top of that, the opponent is the Rengzant Empire's powerful army that's experienced in combat that continued to fight against the demons for many years. It was obvious that it will be a severe fight. Although the prudent elves can understand it, the thing called the atmosphere of the place is important. The elves nod powerfully and silently, and start the march. We who advance quietly in the forest are like the assassin rather than the warrior. It might be not necessarily wrong. We jumped from tree to tree, and finally, we found the army advancing in the forest. Thanks to the terrain called the forest that doesn't suit for a march, the formation is disordered. The front is held up, it becomes dense, and it's prolonged when they try to move to the side to resolve it. I declare the start of attack by telepathy. Magics and arrows rush into the army that has trouble with the march. They are trampled down without being able to do anything by the attacks from the overhead. It's probably the unit that originally didn't assume a combat in such a forest. Although the knights who held the shield in the front row defended it somehow, the long-distance unit in the back row and the charge unit in the middle row fall down without being able to do anything against our attacks. It's not good to have crowded to the extent that it's impossible to move freely. Even if they are at the position where they can move, the natural obstacle called the forest doesn't permit freedom. If this is a plain, the result will probably be totally different. The attacks here are defended by the shield unit in the front row, warn us out with the attack of the long-distance unit in the back row, and as a finishing blow, the charge unit in the middle row approaches and cut us down. But, that's only when it's the plain. The forest is the field of we, elves. The terrain that they can't move properly, and the attack from the overhead that they are not used to it. The counter-attack doesn't reach us who made the trees as the shield. Although there were soldiers who try to climb the tree, they are shot down before they finish climbing it. Even if they finish climbing it, all of the elf soldiers have the 3D maneuver. Although there are not many elves who have the space maneuver, that alone is enough to move in this forest freely. On the unstable tree's footing, there's no way that the elves can be defeated by the humans. However, the opponent is the experienced powerful army. They won't keep on being attacked forever. They give up in maintaining the formation, the shield unit and the long-distance unit reform into a two-man cell. They return fire while hiding behind the shield. The other soldiers who don't receive the shield's defense head to the tree while dodging our attacks. The number that was shot down is many, but we were pushed by the violence of number. The place where we are forced to do combat on the tree increased. I observe such a progress of battle, and order retreat without overdoing it at the disadvantageous place. Although my personal purpose is to take my former student's head, the purpose as the whole elves is the stalling until the barrier restores. If I think about the opponent's number and the advantage in terrain, I think that it's the best to wear out the opponent while retreating slowly. However, in the communication from the detached force, there's a report that they are being overwhelmed by a non-standard magician. There's also the unit that the communication was cut off before I know it. My unit is doing well. As a whole, it can be said that we are overwhelming them, but a part seemed to be overwhelmed. However, as expected, I have my hands full about my own unit. I will entrust that to Potamus who's in the base. Despite being my father, that man's true character can't be known. Surely, he has prepared one or two hidden ball play. Like that, I continued commanding, and I finally found the figure. Uigo van Rengzand. My student who has the name called Natsum Kengo before. The former student who has strayed from the right path, no, the former student who I have let him to stray from the right path. I can't say anything about Shun-kun. I am not resolved yet at the last moment. Surely, if I kill him, I will definitely be disqualified as a teacher. Although I might be disqualified as a teacher now, it's certain that I will exceed the last line. But, I must do it. That's the last thing that sensei can do to Natsum-kun as a teacher. It might be my ego. I don't say to forgive me. But still, I will kill you. Kumo Desu, Nani ka? Elf Village Battle 6. Elf Village Battle 6. Oka vs Natsum. Uigo's 7 Sins skill. Elf Village Battle. Theorems. I throw away the hesitation. I shoot the magic of the maximum firepower aiming at Uigo. The magic of Heaven Wind LV4, Dragon Wind. This magic is a magic that generates a tornado if I say it. Although it might seem to be plain when it's heard so, the thing called tornado is actually a natural disaster in Earth. There was not so much tornado damage in Japan, but it's a frightening phenomenon that blows off the house in America. People, etc., are easily swallowed by the storm. If it's a person that's as strong as Shun-kun or a brutal monster that's more than the danger degree A class, it might be possible to prevent it. However, Uigo loses all the skills once, and his status also falls. Although years passed since that time, he can't regain his former strength even if start over again. I know that he has the 7 Sins skill. But, the skill that Uigo has is Lust. According to the elf's record, the Lust skill has a brainwash ability. It seems to give a strong brainwash to the extent that it's dreadful, but it's not a direct combat skill. Although his status might increase to some extent by the title, that's all. He can't endure my magic. The tornado swallows the soldiers, and even their lives are swallowed. And, I approach to Uigo's front. Ra. It was dispersed by Uigo's sword. What? That magic should have the highest power among the magic that I can use. My magic offensive ability exceeds 1500, you know? That, how? Oka-chan. I wanted to meet you, you know? Though I didn't think that you're here. Uigo shouts. The voice is like he has gone crazy somewhere, and I feel madness. Even though I actually thought to greet you after destroying your hometown, snatching sensei's important students, and pushed you into the depths of despair. Why are you here? I shoot magic again without answering the question. This time, it's a bullet of wind that aims at Uigo alone. However, that's also repelled by Uigo's sword. Ahahahaha. Like such shabby magic will work. Say, do you think that I will stay weak forever after my power is deprived? I judge that magic is ineffective, and I hold the bow. I can also handle bow as a minor one of the elves. I endow wind magic to the arrow and shoot it. The arrow that's endowed with the power of wind, accelerates and flies like a bullet. It's like the bullet of wind just now that has an entity. However, he avoided it this time. Mysterious, right? Do you want to know it? The reason why I became this strong. Yuigo kicked the ground casually. He shortened the distance between me with one step instantly. I knock an arrow again and shoot it while retreating. Yuigo avoided it without knocking it off with the sword a while ago. That means he can't knock it off with the sword. Although it becomes a wishful thinking, I think that he felt that it's dangerous if he hit it directly. As I thought, Yuigo shifts sideways from the arrow's line of fire, and evades it. His advancing speed becomes slow to that extent, and the distance with me opens. Don't he run away? Isn't this the relationship of me and Oka-chan? I shoot an arrow. At the same time, the elves who spread in the surroundings attack Yuigo all at once. What a joke. Yuigo blew off the showering magics and arrows. This is slightly unexpected. I order the surrounding elves to retreat with telepathy. It's very unlikely to stand a chance against Yuigo with odd power. Let's continue the talk. I am thankful to you, you know? Because I have writhed in agony to the extent that I would go mad, the present me exist. It's not that you would go mad, but you have gone mad. No, I have no obligation to say it. After all, I was the one who drove Yuigo mad. Because of that, this power is obtained. You know one of it, right? The lust skill, the best power that makes the opponent to move at will. I shoot an arrow. He avoided it. And, another one. I have the power to become the strongest. That's the greed skill. It's the highest power that deprives a part of the defeated opponent's power. What do you think that why I'm in the front line? Because that way, I can kill a lot of enemies, and make those powers into mine. I was upset and my movement has stopped for an instant. The greed skill. It's one of the 7 sins skills, and it has the ability to deprive a part of the power when the owner kills others. The ability that can be deprived is random. It can be either status or skill or even skill points. As for the skill, it doesn't deprive the skill of the opponent as it is, but it should deprive it in the state that the level fell. Even if a level 9 skill is deprived, it should fall to level 1. That's why. The reason why Yuigo continued to chase me without using a long-distance attack while having the status to dodge my magic easily is because. Not because Yuigo don't use long-distance attack, but it's probably that he can't. Even if he deprive a magic skill, it would return to level 1. The level 1 magic is not significant, and even if he use it, there's hardly any effect. No. Such a thing is not important now. The important one is that Yuigo acquires the power more than before, using the skill. How many lives did he take? How many crimes did he repeat to regain such power? It's an instant that I stopped moving. But, Yuigo shortens the distance in that instant, and brandishes his sword. Here. Ku. The swung sword penetrates the armor of wind that I always wear, and slashes my arm shallowly. I spark an explosion of wind between Yuigo at once, and take distance by the recoil. Although I also receive damage, I am disadvantageous in close combat. Not bad. On the other hand, Yuigo has no remarkable damage. I shoot an arrow without minding it. Yuigo avoids it easily. However, the preparation was completed. I didn't shoot the arrows without a plan. If Yuigo is conscious, he would understood that I run like drawing a circle. The arrows that stick on the ground are the origin that generates the barrier. Although the output is lower than the one that covered the village, it's the barrier that I imitate the ancient technique that can't be reproduced by the skill. Yuigo is left behind in the barrier. I didn't just shut him. Air comes out of the inside of the barrier rapidly. To manipulate wind means that to move air. And, although I tend to think that this world is variously different from the Earth, the thing called oxygen exists properly. The law of this world is not different from the law of the Earth that we know, and by the having the new laws like magic, skill, etc. added to the law, it just looks different. Therefore, It's the same as the earth that a person can't live without air. Although the barrier doesn't change form, the atmospheric pressure will change suddenly if the inside air comes out. The human body can't endure the change, and even if it's endured, the person will die sooner or later by lack of oxygen. This is the original magic that I developed individually. Although Yuigo tries to destroy the barrier desperately, it's useless. Even though the output is low, it's the reproduction of the barrier in the ancient time. I can't activate it if I don't be reckless, but it's the end if I activate it, and the barrier will never break. I won. Yes, I have been careless. The thunder pierced me from the side. Ka, ha. My consciousness flies for an instant. At the same time, the maintenance of the barrier becomes negligent. Yuigo didn't overlook the chance. Ha ha ha. That was close. That was really close, you know? Nice, Yuri. Yuigo destroys the barrier, and praises the opponent who used the magic of thunder to me. Yuri-chan, who smiled, was there. When Yuigo was announced as the hero, she was also announced as the saint. If it's the saint who's the hero's attendant, it's not strange even if she's in this place. Rather, it's unnatural for her to not be here. I was careless. I only pay too much attention to Yuigo, and became negligent to the surroundings. With this, I can't make light of Yuigo. Yuigo swing down the sword without mercy to me, who stopped moving because I became numb by the thunder. Although I somehow dodge it barely, the part of my stomach is cut deeply without being able to dodge every swing. It hurts. It hurts. It hurts. You sure give me a hard time. But, it's my win. Kukyuku. I won't kill you. Because after this, I must have the downfall of the elves burnt into your memory. What should I do with the people in our class? If they want to cooperate, I can add them into my subordinates though. Should I torture the one who resists in front of Oka-chan? I'm sure that you will have a nice face at that time, right? Ahahaha. I'm looking forward for it, oi. Please stop it. I must stop him. But, my body doesn't move properly because of the pain. Yuri-chan pushes down my body to the ground. What a good state. It's opposite to that time. How is it? The feeling of crawling on the ground. You're uneasy about what's going to happen after this, right? It's hopeless, right? I won't brainwash you. I will push you down into the depths of despair while you're sane and torment you until your heart breaks. It hurts. I am scared. It's already no use. I can't stand it anymore. I can't endure it anymore. Someone, please help me. Someone, please save me. Yuri-chan, who got on me, blew off. The shadow that slashes at Yuigo. Yuigo withdraws to the back at once and evades it. In front of me, the man who held a shield stands in the way. In front of Yuigo, the boy who held a sword stands in the way. I was late, sensei. Leave it to us. At the end of the words, I fainted. Kumo Desu, Nani ka? Elf Village Battle 7. Elf Village 7. Elf Village Battle. Potamus. Did it come? Why yes. Intercept them. Take that out. Understood. The number. All. Pardon. Take out all. All. Yeah. Scatter that in every direction except the vicinity where Firams and the hero are. However, isn't that excessive forces? The cause that the barrier was broken is unknown. And, if my thought is right, it's lack of forces oppositely. Ra-nan. What is this? I said so instinctively. There was a strange thing there. Impossible to appraise. This is the second time in my life that the appraisal failed. The first time is that person. However, at that time, it was not impossible to appraise, but it should have displayed appraisal was obstructed. In other words, this one in front is an unknown thing that's the first time in my life to encounter. Several things like destroyed metal armor fell down in front of me. Like is because it was the shape that clearly doesn't assume a person to wear it. There are 4 arms and 4 feet. At this point, it's strange. Huh? 8 feet? Does it respect that person? No, that's no. Such boorish thing can't express that person's beauty. If this imitated the figure of that person, the contempt is extreme. However, what on earth is this? Although it's destroyed, did it move before it was destroyed? It's said that the puppeteer title comes to be able to manipulate puppet at will using the telekinesis skill, etc., but is this one kind of the puppet? The title called puppeteer itself is rare, and because I have never seen the real thing, I can't say a certain thing. However, the things that were destroyed like this scattered here means that there's someone who passed through here earlier than us. The person must be the one who destroyed the barrier. Although interest boils to the puppet that I have not seen before, we should hurry to pursue the person now. It was really only a chance that I was able to avoid it. No, I didn't avoid it. I only changed my feeling and stood up from the posture of sitting down and looked at the puppet. I was only saved by the movement accidentally. At the moment when I stood up while bending my waist, something passed through the front of my stomach. My body blows off to the back just by the shock. The position that the something passed was the place where I sat just before, and it's exactly aiming at the head. Teacher. Withdraw. I roll on the ground with the blown-off momentum. The voice that urged withdrawal is also in vain, and my subordinates blow off while bursting blood. It was exactly a scene according to the word burst. My subordinates' limbs blow off, and the bodies become hollow. Whenever something mysterious that can't be seen passes through, my subordinates die miserably. I look at the point where the something will come flying. There was a thing similar to the puppet just now that had not been destroyed yet there. The something seems to fly out from the strange cylinder shape that's equipped on the puppet's arm. I shoot magic towards the puppet immediately. I don't go easy at all. However, the puppet evaded the arrow of fire shot by me easily. This is bad. That puppet is clearly stronger than me. All members, withdraw. I shout only that somehow. Although I don't know how many subordinates survived, anyway, the damage will become more serious than now if we fight that puppet directly. Although they are foolish apprentices, I want many of them to survive, even one person. And, I will destroy that puppet that took the lives of the apprentices even if it costs this life. I construct magic. The foundation of magic that I continued to polish earnestly after I met that person in my lifetime. Because it's the foundation, it's the secrets. The created arrow of flame is dozens. I place all of those under control, and shoot it. The arrows of flame that come flying at high speed. However, the puppet dodge more than half. And, the remaining ones that hit directly don't seem to deal a significant damage. The defensive ability is high precisely because it imitates the armor. In addition, the mobility that moves at high speed. The mysterious attack that's invisible to my eyes. Strong. It might be strong next to that person among the one that I fought so far. Transfer. I go to the puppet's back. I construct magic immediately. I freeze the puppet's feet. And, the shock wave by the wind magic of pursuit. The frozen puppet's feet half break. Still, it's half. But, it's half. With this, the mobility should fall considerably. The puppet's arms turn back like it ignores the movement of the joints. At the moment I got startled, I kick the ground and jump sideways. Because it's a puppet, something like joints can be tampered in any way. It can't be understood until I see it with my own eyes. The price is my right arm and both legs. I was not able to avoid it. However, I won't be defeated for free. I endure the pain, and construct magic. I complete the magic before the puppet points the cylinder at me again. Hellflame Magic LV4, Heat Haze. The small fireball of the size approximately of the fist. It hits the puppet's body. The effect is instant. But, the flame burns down everything. Heat Haze is the magic that compressed the power of enormous flame to small. The highest rank magic that's my best forte. The tough body of the puppet is burned before the heat haze, melt and is destroyed completely. I did it. The smile that I had was drawn in the next moment. In my view, I saw the several same puppets moved. Kumo Desu, Nani ka? Elf Village Battle 8. Elf Village Battle 8. Elf Village Battle. Shun. There was a sign that Sensei lost consciousness at the back. Although the wound is deep, it should not be a fatal wound. Anna, Sensei's treatment. Understood. Because I rushed in a hurry, Anna who pants seem to be worsened, but it can't be helped. I observed the state of the front line with clairvoyance. And, when I saw Yuigo appeared, I rushed immediately. Although it's a selfish action disregarding the elves' instructions, killing Yuigo here has a big meaning. And, I want them to cancel my arbitrary act because of that. In addition, I thought that only Yuigo who I must bring it to an end by my hands. Harinth-san, please protect Sensei and Anna. Understood. Harinth-san consents briefly. Usually, he would stop me if I fight with the enemy's general alone. But, I can't yield only this time. I think that Harinth-san understood it. Then, I will be Yuri's opponent. Katya, Yuri is. I know it. She's the same as me before. I won't kill her. Complicated feelings were able to grasp on Katya's face. The anger towards Yuigo. The pity towards Yuri. Not only that, but Yuri's appearance might be seen as her former self. As the body that has been brainwashed by Yuigo. If something was different, it might be just reverse that stood next to me. Katya should have an extraordinarily strong thought against Yuigo. But, she suppressed it, and handed it over to me. I won't waste that will. Not only Oka-chan, but you're also here. In order to defeat you. Ha. How funny. You? Me? There's no way you can. The pressure that seems to rule this place gushes out of Yuigo's body. I appraise Yuigo while holding the sword. Human LV61 name Yuigo Van Rengzand. Status. HP 31694831 green details. MP 154217111 blue details. SP 25772577 yellow details. 266332555 red plus 0 details. Average offensive ability 3889 details plus 400. Average defensive ability 1255 details plus 400. Average magic ability 998 details plus 200. Average resistance ability 2384 details plus 200. Average speed ability 2939 details plus 400. Skill. Automatic HP recovery LV6 MP recovery speed LV2 MP consumption down LV2 SP recovery speed LV7 SP consumption down LV7 magic perception LV3 magic manipulation LV2 magic god act LV2 magic granting LV2 offensive magic power LV1 enhanced destruction LV4 enhanced slashing LV4 enhanced blunt LV2 enhanced piercing LV1 enhanced shock LV1 heresy attack LV4 war god spirit LV2 vitality granting LV2 vitality attack LV5 sword genius LV4 throw LV2 3D maneuver LV2 cooperation LV2 command LV4 concentration LV1 zero thought acceleration LV3 prediction LV1 calculation processing LV1 memory LV1 accuracy LV8 evasion LV8 stealth LV3 silent LV1 odorless LV1 appraisal LV1 zero conquest stupefaction water magic LV1 thunder magic LV1 grudge magic LV1 heresy magic LV2 demon king LV1 dignity LV2 rage LV4 overeating LV3 greed lust destruction resistance LV1 blunt resistance LV2 slash resistance LV2 abnormal condition resistance LV3 heresy resistance LV4 pain resistance LV7 enhanced vision LV3 enhanced hearing LV2 enhanced smell. LV2 enhanced taste LV2 enhanced touch LV2 divinity area expansion LV3 destiny LV1 zero magic well LV2 agility LV5 endurance LV5 Herculean strength LV8 solid LV4 magician LV2 protection LV2 LV9 taboo LV9 NIW. Skill points 217. Title. Monster killer ruler of greed ally killer human killer ruler of lust human slaughterer merciless monster slaughterer master of frenzy conqueror leading one king. Irregular status. Although it's low overall, there's a lot of skills. The skill points of the halfway figure without amount. This is the power that Yuigo scraped up by greed. The partly strong skills are probably acquired by the effect of the title. The skills acquired by the ruler of lust and greed titles would be powerful, and there's a title called Master of Frenzy that I have never seen before. And, the one that catch my eyes is the Demon King skill. The Demon King and Hero skills can be acquired either by using a large amount of skill points or by skill proficiency. Because Yuigo calls himself as the hero, I don't think that he will acquire the Demon King skill purposely. In other words, Yuigo acquired the Demon King skill by skill proficiency. Even I don't know how to gain the skill proficiency to acquire the Demon King skill. However, It's said that the hero skill might be acquired if a person take the action that seems like it. In fact, Harinth-san said that he acquired the hero skill by skill proficiency. In other words, the Demon King skill that pairs with the hero probably has the same condition as the hero. And, Yuigo achieved it. He has achieved it. I raise my status by activating War God Spirit and Magic God Act, and I focus on Yuigo. In that face, there's a smile that went mad. It seems that it's impossible to go back anymore. I pointed the sword to such a former classmate calmly. Kumo Desu, Nani ka? Elf Village Battle 9. Elf Village Battle 9. Elf Village Battle. Katia. The magic of thunder that Yuri shoots. But, even so, it doesn't reach me too. The Dragon Killer title that I obtained when the Earth Dragon is defeated in the Elro Great Labyrinth. The skill called Dragon Power by the title has the effect of raising the status and obstructing magic when it's activated. Although it's inferior to the magic obstruction effect that a genuine dragon has, it's enough to prevent low-rank magic. And, at this moment, Yuri mainly uses the low-rank magics that have fast activation to prevent my approach. Yuri's status should be high as she became the saint, but if it's said, I should be considerably strong among the reincarnated people too. I seem to have the advantage as there's the advantage of the Dragon Power skill. Yuri's choice is not wrong. I'm the versatile type that can handle close combat despite being close to magic, whereas Yuri is a magic type. If she allows the approach, my victory is decided. That's why, she abandoned the magic with power that has long charge, and she choose the rapid firing for stopping me. But, that only makes the match prolong, and it doesn't become the factor to overturn my advantage. I neutralize the approaching thunder with Dragon Power, and come through it almost unhurt. The magic of thunder that's difficult to evade and defend would be a considerable threat without Dragon Power. Although I didn't feel lived when I encounter the Earth Dragon in the Great Dungeon, because I acquired such a skill thanks to that fight, the result might be good. Towards Yuri, who's preparing to shoot the next magic, I shoot the return magic. As expected, I can't use the fire that's my good attribute in the forest. It's serious if it catches fire. The magic that I shoot is light magic. The light ray pierces Yuri's shoulder. Although it's a low-rank magic with low power similar to the magic of thunder that Yuri uses, Yuri, who doesn't have the defense of the Dragon Power, can't prevent it. Yuri, who frowns in pain. In that expression, surprise is included. Did she think that she can win if she doesn't allow me to approach? I'm a versatile type that's close to magic, you know? I didn't train with Shun just for show since childhood. Yuri should know it. But then, the me who Yuri knows is during the time we spent time in the academy. Although it's a short period, I come through many fights during the time, and become strong. Although the Dragon Power is the power acquired in that way, I feel that I got used to fight as big. There was always the existence called death nearby that can never be tasted in training in the Elro Great Labyrinth. And, the experience that came through it is the present me and present Yuri, and it might be the difference. Why? Yuri shoots the magic of thunder while shouting. I neutralize it with Dragon Power, and recover the damage received immediately. Even though you betrayed Yuigo-sama, why do you stand in my way? I didn't betray him. I only returned. Don't say things that don't make sense. I myself have received Yuigo's brainwash. I realize extent of the effect. It's not a level that can be cancelled by word persuasion. That's why, I decide to make her silent with ability. The light ray pierces Yuri's body again. The light ray that flies at the speed of light is a very difficult magic to avoid. It's similar to the thunder. I fired it into Yuri's foot. Yuri, whose foot is shot, and falls down to the ground. Because Yuri can use recovery magic, it's insufficient in damage, but she can't regain the interval when she fell down no matter what. I shorten the distance instantly, and pierce Yuri's body with the rapier of my favorite sword. Although it looks like a fatal wound at glance, I can stop it as I take her consciousness by the effect of the hold back. I give Yuri the treatment of the extent that she won't die, and restrict her. If I chase Yuri, who escaped, a considerable distance will open with Shun and the others. Let's return immediately. And, at the return destination, Yuigo fell down, and there was the figure of Shun pointing the sword at the front of his eyes. Ah, as expected. There's no way Shun can be defeated by the power of the fake no matter what. In contrast with Yuigo, who's full of wounds from head to foot, Shun doesn't have a wound. He's really a cheater. Come to think of it, Shun was unhurt even when we fought against the Earth Dragon in the Elro Great Labyrinth. Did it end? Using the man words has become troublesome by now. Still, it's not over, yet. No, it's over. You can't defeat me. Yuigo tries to move the body that doesn't seem to be able to move well, and falls down to the ground again weakly. Although I acknowledge the tenacity, it can be said that he doesn't know when to give up. Shun, give the decisive blow. You have the right to do so. Speaking honestly, I want to give the decisive blow on this man. I was deprived variously by this man. Those will never return. I want to vent the anger of the loss on this man. However, Shun lost more than me. If it's giving the decisive blow, Shun is more suitable than me. No. I won't take your life. And yet, Shun says an unbelievable thing. What? My original words came out unintentionally. But, such thing doesn't matter. What do you mean by that? Don't tell me that you intend to keep this man alive. Don't joke with me. Although I thought that this person is very naive, I never thought that he's this much. Even if you keep this man alive, there will be 100 harms and not a single gain. He's a harm just by being alive. He should be killed immediately. Sorry, Katia. I understand Katia's feelings, and I don't have the intention to forgive Yuigo. But still, I will keep this guy alive. Live and make up for his sins until death. Shun's eyes look straight to my eyes. A solid will was felt there. It's useless no matter what I say. It can't be helped. Possibly, I might be hated by Shun with this. But, Yuigo must not be kept alive. I start to construct the magic in order to give the decisive blow on Yuigo. As expected, you're really too naive. A roaring sound. A shock. I protect my face with my hand instinctively, and my whole body is covered in something. I understood that it was Shun's body. He embraced. When the shock passes, Shun separates with me immediately. Who? At the point that Shun looked at, the man who trampled Yuigo was standing there. Yuigo lost his head, and was trampled by the right foot of the man. Something like a small crater is created at the man's feet, and created the shock. Where on earth did this man come from? Guessing from the situation, did he fly from somewhere? No, such a thing is not the problem now. The problem is the man's identity. There's 2 horns on the man's forehead. Although he has the similar figure to a human, he's not human. Probably, an Oni. The higher rank species of the ogre-type monsters. It's a dreadful species that has the wisdom similar to the human, and the power as the monster. But, even that doesn't matter. I look at the man's face, and open my eyes wide in surprise. Surely, Shun also has the same look. Have I been forgotten after a long time? No, we know the man's face. Although the entire atmosphere changed, the look remains properly. Kirya. Shun says the name. It was nothing but our close friend in the previous life, Sasajima Kirya. Kumo Desu, Nani ka? Elf Village Battle 10. Elf Village Battle 10. Elf Village Battle. Sophia. What should I do? Kirya-kun has rushed out. Aja-sama, what will you do? I want to ask that. But, I should say something here, right? After all, Kirya-kun has gone arbitrarily, and I'm the highest in the position, isn't it? Ugh. The pressure makes my stomach. Let's go with the strategy as usual here. Murazofi, I entrust it to you. The leaving all to somebody else. Although I was actually planning to leave all to Kirya-kun, he has gone. Really? What kind of thing is it to leave me after his friend was found? There's no way I can command the army alone. What will Aja-sama do? I answer Murazofia's question after leaving a space in a relaxed manner. Actually, I think about a good excuse in the meantime. The hero is there. It's rude if I don't go to greet him as the Musama's retainer, right? What the hell? I said it myself, and I draw back that this is slightly impossible. To go and greet the enemy expressly, which evil for heavenly kings is that? TL note, not sure which reference is this. Indeed. Oh? You don't like it? Never. Everything is Ajusama's optional. Murazofi who lowers his head respectfully. I was able to deceive him somehow. Then, let's chase after Kiryu-kun. I begin to walk slowly. I walk on the battlefield where the humans fight against the elves elegantly. Nobody notices such me. While I walk, I confirm the present war situation. After seeing it with 1,000 miles eye, the central vicinity in the battlefield is in deadlock. The hero is also around here. The right wing and the left wing are, the humans are almost annihilated by the elf's robots. It can't be helped. If that robot is the opponent, the normal human can't win. Oh? That old man is incredible. The robot is being defeated. Oh? What is Master doing? Is the old man an acquaintance? Well, if it's Master, there's no problem. Oh? Kuzuma-kun is defeated by the robots and is withdrawing. Well, Kuzuma-kun is not so strong, and just surviving after fighting against the robot is a godsend. Or did the elves overlook him on purpose because he's a reincarnated person? Thanks to the ninja skill, he's fast in escaping, so the possibility of escaping by himself is high. I can't say either. Oh? Murazofi marches. Well, I wonder if it's a good time. Most of the humans except the center are useless. Although I wanted them to do their best a little more, if the opponent is the robots, it can't be helped. Then, from this point, it will become the three-corner fight of the demon's army, the humans' army, and the elves' army. Actually, because the humans' army is sandwiched between the two army will exit immediately, it's the demon's army versus the elves' army. Is Murazofi alright? Although he has the title of the commander of the 4th Demon King Army, his real strength is considerably inferior to us. Although he's stronger than the other decoration commanders, still, I think that it's severe if the opponent is several robots. I will support him a little. Skill, Undead King activate. There's a lot of bodies just right, and I can't expect it as a force, but it can at least be a harassment. The corpses everywhere in the battlefield get up slowly after receiving the power of my skill. Zombie. The movement is slow, and there's no ability when it's alive. If it's seen in ability, it's the lowest. However, because it doesn't have a soul, it won't stop until the body is destroyed completely. Even if it's stopped, experience point is not obtained because there's no soul. It's really an unpleasant ability. It stinks. It's disgusting. I set the zombies' target as the elves, the humans, and the robots. I fix that those who die in the battlefield after this to become zombies automatically. With this, it's good. It will at least be a meat wall. Oh? Kiryu-kun has killed Natsum-kun. Well, it's fine though. Won't the humans who are broken from brainwash be a chaos now? Well, at any rate, Dustin Ajisama will do preparations behind the scenes so that there's no confusion. Well then, I have come near to the hero, so shall I erase my presence and watch the development? Kirya, is it really Kirya? Yeah. The real Sasajima Kirya. It's been a long time, Shun, Kanata. Why are you here? Isn't that obvious? It's to destroy the elves. Wadash. Rather, as for me, I don't understand why Shun and the others side with the elves. Anyway, you're probably deceived by the elves' cajolery. What do you mean? The elves are the harm of the world, you know? It's insane to protect them. It's not too late even from now. Can you withdraw? There's no way. Kirya, tell me in detail. Okay. But, Kanata, you have become very cute. I mistook you. Thanks. Ahaha. Somehow, it seems like talking with different person. I can't be the same in reality. The past and the present, the world where I live and the appointed circumstances are different. I think that it's abnormal to not change. Certainly. Oops, let's return to the talk. Wait. Who? Oh? Was I noticed? As expected, he's a hero even if he's corrupted. Then, let's decide to appear splendidly here. How do you do? Who are you? Oh? Isn't it courtesy to give your name first when you ask a person's name? I am Shurin. It's good that you are obedient. I am Sophia Karen. Pleased to make your acquaintance. It's Negishi Akiko. Wadash. Why this man reveals my previous life's name without lightly. I will knock you down. Kumo Desu, Nani ka? Elf Village Battle 11. Elf Village Battle 11. The final part of the battle. The identity. Elf Village Battle. Shun. Kirya, who appeared suddenly. And, Negishi Akiko named Sophia. Why these two people are together. The two of them should not have an interaction, particularly in the previous life. Then, the two of them meet somewhere in the present world, and acted together. I am Sophia. I threw away my old name. It will be found out someday anyway, so isn't it better to not be pretentious? Don't give me directions. Former Negishi, Sophia, who glares at Kirya. Certainly, the impression is very different in Negishi of the previous life and the present Sophia. The previous existence that was taciturn, always looked downward, and brought on a eerie atmosphere. The present that has an arrogant tone, faces the front properly, and has haki. Perhaps, if it's not said by Kirya, I wouldn't know that it's the same person. There was no look called Ryuhoko in the shadow in the previous life at all. Ah. Magic is shot towards Kirya and Sophia. It's the elves' magic. Both Kirya and Sophia prevent it easily. Salvo. The man who seems to be the captain of the elves shouts. In response to it, the surrounding elves start attacking all at once. Please wait. My voice doesn't reach. Although I wanted to say that they are not the enemy, Kirya has declared that he came to destroy the elves clearly. Seeing from the elves, he was a clear enemy. Hindrance. Sophia swings her arm. The elves' attacks are cleared away, and a red liquid is scattered from the arm in the surroundings. The liquid wriggles as if it has a will, and attacks the elves at high speed. When I thought to stop her, it was too late, and the elves who touched the liquid begin to melt while giving off a stench. Ku. When I turn around to the voice, I catch sight of Harinth-san caught the red liquid with the shield. The red liquid clung to Harinth-san's shield, and seemed to try to cover the shield completely. Anna and Sensei are over there. Stop it. I swing the sword at once towards Sophia. Kirya stopped it. How light. Do you seriously think that you can cut someone with such a sharp sword? I'm sent flying by Kirya lightly. It was the evidence that his offensive ability status greatly exceeds me clearly. Sophia. Isn't the one who fall at the back Sensei? Oh? Is it? Probably. Then, it can't be helped. I will stop it. When Sophia snaps her finger, the red liquid withdraws from Harinth-san's shield quickly. And, the liquid scattered in the surroundings coils around Sophia's arm, and it disappeared as if it's being absorbed into the body. I have neither heard nor saw such a skill before. What is it? Leaving aside Sensei, how about the half-elf there? I don't know. Then, there's no problem even if I kill her. I have wariness towards Sophia who says a dangerous thing. I hold the sword. Ah, Shun has got angry. What are you going to do with it? Are you saying it's my fault? I won't do anything. If he's hostile, I will just smash him up to the extent that he won't die. He's more or less my friend, you know. Then, try persuade him. I don't care either. Aside from Kirya, Sophia is dangerous. This composure in addition to the unknown ability. I should think that she has a considerable strength. In addition, my appraisal didn't work in both Kirya and Sophia. Appraisal was obstructed. I have seen the message only once. When I used appraisal on Sensei for the first time. Sensei said that it was the ruler authority. In other words, it means that the two people in front are rulers. Because I was cautious of Sophia, I was not able to mind the surrounding state. By a short shout, I knew that the situation changed. At the point that I turned around, innumerable elves attacked Harinth-san. All of them are the elves who were half-melted that were defeated by Sophia some time ago. Ah. Sophia leaks a voice. It's this person's ability? Shit. Although Harinth-san wards off the swarming elves with the shield and slashes with the sword, the effect is small. A sword is swung down to me who was going to support him in a hurry. Ahead of the stopped sword is the figure of Yuigo who lost the head. Zombie the existence like a golem that moves by the ability to manipulate corpse of living thing. As long as the body is not destroyed completely, it will continue to move. When I appraised him, the status is not displayed and only the explanation is displayed. Zombie, the identity of the thing that attacks us now. It seems to be meaningless even if we smash the head because the headless Yuigo is moving calmly. In order to stop the movement, it seems that we have to destroy the body completely. What a troublesome ability. I blow off the zombie of Yuigo with magic. Katia burnt down the whole zombie of the elves with flame on the side too. I try to go to support Harinth-san. Ah! An arrow pierced Anna's chest deeply who treated sensei. The arrow that the elf zombie shot, pierced Anna's heart. Anna whose HP decreases very fast. It's dangerous if treatment is not given at once. But, the elf zombies stand in my way. Harinth-san and Katia can't move because they are obstructed by the swarming elves. Get out of my way. I cut them down, and reach Anna. At the same time, the fallen Anna's HP becomes 0. I activate the kindness skill without hesitation. I won't let Anna become a zombie. Skill proficiency reached. Skill Taboo LV9 has become Taboo LV10. Conditions met. Activating the effect of Taboo. Installing. Something flows into me who succeeded in Anna's resurrection. My head hurts. My head seems to break by the excessive headache. But, when I writhe, those float into my head without mercy. Katia burns down the elf zombies, and runs up to me. Harinth-san holds the shield to protect us. Although Kirya and Sophia seem to talk about something, I can't understand what is it because it's impossible with the headache. Shun. Hold on. Katia gives me treatment magic. But, it's useless. This is not a pain that can be relieved with treatment. Installation completed. At the same time as the Divine Words message, someone transfers. The person who transferred beside Kirya and Sophia. I know that person. It was a white girl. There's no way I will forget it. Julius Nyisama's last opponent who Harinth-san showed to me. But, why didn't I notice at that time? No, I can agree if I see the figure. Although it's hard to understand, the power of the recognition obstruction is applied in that person's surroundings. Such magic that makes people to only have the impression of white. I didn't understand it to that extent in the image shown by Harinth-san. But, when I actually saw the real thing, I broke through the magic of the recognition obstruction and the identity rose clearly. Wakaba-san. That was none other than the reincarnated person who should have died, Wakaba Iro. And, my consciousness was reaped by the headache, and I sank into the deep abyss. Kumo Desu, Nani ka? Chapter 201. Chapter 201. Changed ogre to Oni. While the ogre is kept the same. 201 The Demon King and the Queen. The passage that connects the upper layer and the middle layer in the Elro Great Labyrinth. I was waiting there. I who's the queen in charge, my present body grew up considerably. I'm no difference with the former queen just by the appearance. Thanks to that, the passage that should be wide feels narrow. When I think about such a thing, the expected visitor came. Yo! The Demon King said so and greeted lightly. Although I was told because the Demon King is coming, run away by the main body, I judged that I should try to talk with this Demon King once. And, the Demon King who came over changed completely from the time when I met her before, and greeted friendly. Because I was killed without arguments when we met before, it's a great difference. Ah. Oops. I can't talk. Ah, I forgot about it because I usually do a telepathic communication with the main body through the path of the soul. Although I had a feeling that calmness was added after fusing with the queen, it looks like the carelessness is not cured after all. Ah, I see. If it's not telepathy, the words can't be exchanged. Sorry. The Demon King speaks with the telepathy as if she saw through my thought. Did the Demon King have the telepathy? Oh, well. If I can speak with telepathy, it's convenient. So, which one is you now? It has been known that the connection with Mu in charge severed from us. In other words, the Mu in charge lost in the tug-of-war of the soul, and as a result, the Demon King acquired the initiative of the consciousness. It's thought so. But, the presence that I feel from the Demon King since a while ago is close to the Mu in charge. I was not able to judge whether the Demon King won or the Mu in charge won when I see the real thing. I am both. That's the closest answer. What do you mean? It's the meaning as it is. I feel that the consciousness of Ariel is pretty much strong, but I'm aware that I myself is the Mu in charge. In other words, the state that we mixed and melted together. Seriously? Demon King Ariel has mixed with the former body in charge. No, I did expect it. It was not really unexpected, and I thought that there's such a possibility. But, when I actually see it, well. Too bad that you became the Demon King. Isn't that harsh? It's actually so. Where did the charisma when I met you before go? Ah, come to think of it, it's strange for me to speak with another person normally like this, huh? When I think so, it can't be think that it's another person. So, what will you do from now on? If you want to pick a fight with the main body, it's better that you stop. Because she is working immortality now. What's with that frightening work? Keep laying eggs to mass produce the evacuation site. Ah. So that's the reason why she revived calmly even though I killed her before. Ah, oops. The Demon King didn't know about this information. Damn. Ah, it's fine because I don't have the intention to be hostile anymore. Ah, is that so? If so, it's good. Safe. Well, it's hopeless because it's already almost impossible to do something about all the eggs even if she know it. Rather than being hostile, isn't it better to joint struggle? The Demon King smiles. I feel a freezing deep anger in that smile. Such a place as the Demon King, huh? I see. Well, isn't it fine? The main body thinks that she must do something to the world. Don't you agree? Although it looks like Jayuri doesn't notice it because he doesn't have the interference right, the world collapse will start soon. That must be evaded no matter what it takes. Yeah. Well, because the main body seemed to have annihilated some army at a considerable momentum, it might be delay a little. What's that? Can you tell me in detail? Blah blah blah. I tell the story that the main body plunged into the war and massacred. Good job. Is that fine for you? It's the religion that worships you and your master. It's fine. The divine word religion is more decent than such people who lost sight of the essence. Is that so? Yeah. The divine word religion's pope has maxed the level of taboo. Seriously. Seriously. Therefore, that can't be said as an ally, but that probably have the same thought as us to some extent. Well, because that acts with the human's survival as the top priority, that might not come to an agreement with us in the final point. The way of speaking sounds that it's fine even if the humans perished. It's fine. Is it fine? I think that your master will be sad if it's done though. I am resolved. I seem to have changed considerably after mixing with a part of you. My way of thinking changed considerably. Ah, I see. I don't know whether it's good or not though. For the time being, the action of the main body doesn't seem to have any problem for the Demon King. Rather, it seems to be a good job. That's why, I want to meet the main body for the ceasefire and joint struggle, but how is it? Let me see. Wait for a while. I will confirm. This, don't tell me. What's wrong? Ah, seriously? Main body, finally. I mean, this is unexpected. Sorry. I will disappear. What? There's no time to explain it, huh? Apparently, I will be absorbed into the main body by the main body's apotheosis. When it's this condition, the other queens are the same too, huh? Ah. Well, it doesn't mean that I will die and I will only return to the original sheath, but will the existence called me disappear? Although I don't know what will happen to this body, does it mean that it will die when the soul comes out? As for the Demon King, the connection disappeared, so she will be safe. If I had the time, I can guide her to the main body with transfer. I'm sorry, but please locate the main body by yourself. I will cope properly at that time. And, I was pulled by the main body, and I was extracted from the queen's body. Kumo Desu, Nani ka? Chapter 202. Chapter 202. 202 God. Skill is reduced. Status is reduced. Title is reduced. Skill point is reduced. Experience point is reduced. D. Carefully made basic course of God is installed. Apotheosis finished. After this, you will not receive any system support. Thank you for your use. The change happens in me slowly. That's the phenomenon called apotheosis that's fundamentally different from the evolution so far. The strength guaranteed by the system is lost, and reincarnate into the world only with my own power. Instead of that, it also means that the limited strength by the system is released. My soul that became miscellaneous mixes slowly by my will. My soul divided by the skill called parallel will is collected into one again. A part of the queen and the demon king's souls, and the things acquired by experience point, those impurities are slowly digested and absorbed as me. That's not the state that's patching sloppily so far, but it's the absorption in the firmly true meaning. All of them end, and it's reborn to the true me who lost impurities. And, my consciousness surfaced from the deep sleep. I opened my eyes. It's a white wall that comes into view. In a word, it was something like a cocoon. When I touch it, it loosens and collapses. Apparently, this was made of my threads. It looks like I shut myself in the cocoon while I'm unconscious. When the cocoon loosens, it was the underground facility, that's same place where I fainted. I stand up from the cocoon. Huh? When I think that it's strange, I walk with 2 legs. Is it the influence of apotheosis? I create a mirror with the feeling like the extension of the soil magic. I look at the figure reflected in the completed mirror. The upper body doesn't change so much. The eyes only became strange. In the red eye, there are 4 small eyes. What is this? I try to move each one. It moves just as wanted. And, in the eyes reflected in the mirror, many small eyes move around. Gross. Let's close my eyes usually. After all, if I use fluoroscopy, it doesn't change even if I close my eyes. Leaving aside the eyes, the problem is the lower body. I have become a complete human type from the spider type so far. Although I think that this is alright, I have lived as a spider all the time, so it's somewhat lonely when it disappears. When I think about such thing, the lower body broke. Rather than broke, it changed. The 2 legs become 8, and the spider type appeared. However, the eyes disappear. When I think about it, I return to 2 legs again. It seems to be a variable type. To be equipped with transformation function, I'm not bad. When I repeated transformation in amusement, I heard an amazed voice from the side. How long do you plan to play? Hello, Gyuri. It seems that you really have reached the rank of God. I'm really amazed that you do it in this short term. Well, I wonder if it's to that extent. However, what should I do? I can't talk even if I become a god because I have a community disease. A smartphone fell with a plop. Hello. It's the evil god D who loves everyone. It appeared. It's the worst offender for pleasure. I understood everything after apotheosis. This person's personality is the worst. Apparently, Kumo reached the god, congratulations. Saying this incidentally, because you have become a god, I can't read your mind anymore. So, with that in your mind. Seriously? Alrighty. With this, the human rights violation will decrease, hi-aha. But the basic course of God is very helpful. Thank you. The basic course of God has the basic knowledge about God according to the name. With this, I who have just finished making the debut as God can name myself as one of the gods. D. Did you guide her? Although I only gave a trivial help, it's her own power that reached God. I don't particularly do anything. Yes, a lie. Even though this person interfered very much, she uttered a lie calmly. It's not a lie. I really did nothing but trivial things. It's hard even to survive, and to reach the God from there is more than my imagination. That's why, it's interesting. Yui? Wasn't my thought can't be read? I can't read it, but I can at least predict it. What the heck? By the way, why don't you wear clothes? Ah, that's right. I'm stark naked now. I produce clothes using the threads. I put on the underwear, and for the top, I made a robe-like clothes. Because the lower body flutters, I can transform myself into the spider type immediately. It's white. How about decorating it a little more? Troublesome. Although coloring is probably possible, the default is white when I produce a thread. Because you're a girl, it's a loss when you don't care about fashion, you know? Well, it's troublesome. Assuming that fashion, etc. are trivial, what will you do from now on? Yeah. To be frank, the aim of becoming a god was accidental, but it has been accomplished. In other words, I'm equal to the administrator. Still, I probably can't win even if I challenge Gyuri to a fight. Even if we are equal, the length that we lived is different, and the accumulated experience is different. The appraisal is impossible. I'm already the existence that's disconnected from the frame of the system. I converted all the power of the skills into the power of the original soul, and have absorbed it. Therefore, the skills can't be used. Well, I can reproduce the thing similar to the skill by magic though. Because the appraisal has a strong affinity with the system, I probably can't do it unless I hack into the system once. That's why, I don't know what's my present strength. It's certain that I became strong to the extent that I can't be compared with the existence in the system by freeing myself of the system. With this, even if the Demon King comes, I can win. Hiafuya. That talk, can I join? When I thought so, the Demon King really appeared. Kumo Desu, Nani ka? Chapter 203. Chapter 203. 203 Uninhabited Area. Yo. Newborn Mushoujo Ariel-chan visit. Oi, someone retort her. The smartphone, silence. Gyuri looks away quietly. I decided that I never saw it. Huh? Did I fail? Yes. A big failure. Crap, this is really crap. Although Musama has become slightly unexpectedly pitiful, how do you intend to take the responsibility? Me? No. I have nothing to do with it. I'm innocent. Oi, what would you do with that? Gyuri-san, don't ask me. And, say something. Huh? I wonder what's wrong. Somehow, I feel that I'm being treated incredibly rude even though I just appeared. Silence. That's enough. Don't speak anymore. Just by you speaking, something in me complains of sadness. Isn't that harsh? The harsh one is you. Gyuri who weakened from the knee suddenly, and begins to do orts. Isn't he seriously crying? Well, when a person of the old friend relation changes into such pitiful state. I understand the feeling. When I understand it alone, the revived Gyuri grabs my head. Wadash, it hurts. This is something you did originally, right? How do you intend to take this responsibility? I give up. No matter how I take it, nothing can be done? No, Gyuri, aren't you completely denying the present me inadvertently? That's not it. It's just that I was only a little upset that the degree of pity is more than expected. I would be happy if you can use an indirect expression a little more though. The result of using indirect expression is the present words. Aren't you harsh? I who's thrown away. Gufu. My face was grazed hard. That hurts. Because I don't recover automatically, I must recover manually. And so, why did you come here? I thought that I should make up with Kumo-chan over there. Come to think of it, on the last time we met, she did say something about a joint struggle. That is the memory as the queen that was in the Elro Great Labyrinth. Because the apotheosis has begun at that time, the conversation with the Demon King ended halfway. Huh? That reminds me, why is the Demon King here? There should have been a considerable distance from the Elro Great Labyrinth to this underground facility. Did she learn transfer? I'm also interested what happened to the queen's body after that. Even though the half was the same person, when I face the real thing like this, I don't know what she's thinking. How rude. I always repeat difficult considerations variously. Kumo's thought number 1, why is the Demon King here? Ui? D, you really are not reading my mind, right? The truth is you're reading it, right? What do you mean? In Kumo's subjectivity, she talked with you in the Elro Great Labyrinth as the queen is the last, but after that, when she woke up, it seems to be strange that the Demon King appeared here who was far away. Eh? Ah. She just woke up. Ah. Just now. Kumo-chan, it's already 47 days ago that I talked with the queen in the Elro Great Labyrinth, you know. What? Seriously? That means, it takes that much time for apotheosis? Oh. It's not equal to the evolution. By the way, this is the first time that I talk like this. Nice to meet you, D-sama. I am Ariel who act as the Demon King of this generation. Nice to meet you. Although I don't know whether there's a second time or not. The Demon King and D didn't met before? Thought number 2, what happened to the Queen's body? Thought number 3, is this the first meeting of D and the Demon King? You definitely can read my mind, right? Well, the Queen is pretty much alive after that. However, because it's like a husk of soul, I only feel that it's living. It should be usable if you insert a substitute soul into it. I see. Although I certainly thought that it will die, it's alive, huh? It's only me who have met D in this star. Even Surreal hasn't met. By the way, he at that time shook like a newborn fawn. Gyuri frowns. That means, it's true, huh? There's not much chance for a low-rank god like me to meet a high-rank god like you. Is D seriously a considerably great god? I certainly thought that she was a crazy, can't be understood, and mad god. Divine punishment. Goha? Kyuua. Although it's unknown that what was done, it's certain that I have received an outrageous damage. Very painful. Even if I were to say where, I'm troubled that where hurts, but somewhere super hurts. What's this? Is this the attack of God? D dreadful. Why this girl writhes suddenly. It can't be helped because her head is pitiful. Oi. Why do you have a convinced face, pitiful Demon King? The talk doesn't advance at all. Yeah. I want to do a serious talk by now, but Kumo-chan don't want to make up with me. No. If possible, that's okay. Originally, the reason why I pick a fight with the Demon King is because I thought that I might be ruled by the kin domination skill sooner or later. Although I have the heresy nullity, there was an influence to some extent that there was a change in the mind. Now that I surpassed you even in power after the apotheosis that the connection of the soul completely disappeared, I don't think to fight forcibly. Thus, I nod to affirm it. That means yes, right? Then, don't you have the intention to joint struggle with me? Ah. You said such a thing in the conversation with the Queen. That's right. I shake my head to it. Kumo Desu, Nani ka? Chapter 204. Chapter 204. 204 easy. The stupid voice of the Demon King who didn't think that I would refuse it. Oh, well. Even though I put out an atmosphere that a favorable answer seems to be heard, it's a refusal when hearing it. It's like receiving an interview with a good feeling, and when the announcement of the interview is seen, it's a fail. Why? Well, after all, I who became God don't have to be particular about this star anymore. The reason why I aimed at the administrator desperately is because this star will become bad soon. Because it seemed that every star will end up dying if I don't do something, I aimed at the administrator position that can do something. But, when I actually became a god, I noticed that it's fine even if I didn't need to be particular about this star. If I feel like it, I can escape from this star anytime by using the space magic. Yes, I can do it. Although such a thing was impossible by the dimension magic so far, that's the story with the limited frame called the skills. Like how the previous hero and Demon King did so, it's possible to even to return to Earth by crossing the dimension if I develop the transfer magic. Although it will take quite a number of days to complete the magic formula, at least, it will be completed earlier than this star collapses. When thinking so, there's no need to use my body purposely to stop this star's collapse. Although there's the part that I think of the people in this star, if everything collapses, it's refreshing. Although I'm interested in the vampire child or the other reincarnated people, there's no obligation to save them purposely. Is this the influence of apotheosis? The anger to the people of this star that I had, decreases. Perhaps, the foundation of that anger flowed from the soul of the demon king who's in front of me. Because everything was digested by the apotheosis and drank up, I think that the present me can judge without idle thoughts. Does it means that I become closer to the former self at the moment I was born? But then, it's not that I don't have any anger at all. There's the feeling of being annoyed. But, rather than saying it as the person concerned, it's like seeing a villain in the movie. The anger felt in the villain over the screen. It's a feeling of that extent. Although I'm sorry that I throw it into confusion thoroughly so far, I will leave this star coolly. Kumo's thought number 4, I will leave the star and live freely now that I became a god. Yes. My feeling is goodbye. You should give up. And yet, Gyuri warns me with a serious look. Why? The thing called star is mostly managed by the gods. This star was originally managed by the dragons, but they abandoned it. D is supposed to manage this star for convenience now. The jurisdiction of D, who's the highest ranked god, means that the other gods won't come to interfere, but the effect is lost if she leave this star. If we assume that the independent gods migrate to the star where intellectual creatures can live, they will be repelled by the local gods. What? In other words, every stars have administrators, and if I invade the star without the permission of the administrators, I will be attacked? By the way, the Earth is my jurisdiction. Ah, is that so? Then, it's the most comfortable to let me live in the Earth. I don't mind that you return to the Earth particularly, but there's about 2 conditions. I can only feel a bad feeling. The first one is to become my kin. Yes, never. Never. If I become the kin of such ill-natured person, I'm sure that I will experience something frightening than death. I will say this just in case. Becoming my kin is considerably an extraordinary condition, you know. Is it? I turn my eyes to Gyuri with a little doubt. DS kin, with that alone, your personal safety is guaranteed. Doing something to her kin has the same meaning as opposing D. There's no fool who will make a move on D's kin unless the person is an outstanding daredevil. D's influence is strong in the god's world to that extent. Seriously? In addition, you may do as you please as long as you abide some rules. However, you must obey my order sometimes. When you said it like that, it's not a bad condition unexpectedly, huh? The second one is to cooperate with that demon king. I want to see this story until the end. That's why, this is the first order rather than a request. Ah. I see. What should I do? The advantage when I accept D's proposal is the supporter called D is made. According to Gyuri, this seems to be considerably big. The disadvantage is that I have to be under the supervision of the extremely troublesome existence called D. Even if I don't hear Gyuri's speech, she constructs the system and her status as God is clearly far higher than me. To be frank, I can't win. Although it's my way of life up until now to escape with every effort if I can't win against the opponent, I don't have the confidence to be able to get away from this person. Then, it's better to jump into it, huh? But, it's D. Kumo-chan, if you cooperate with me, I will let you eat delicious things to your heart's content, you know. Yes, with pleasure. Well, please present that condition from the beginning. I will do my very best. Motivation max. Delicious things. Is this alright? It's not alright. It's a big problem. Kumo Desu, Nani ka? Chapter 205. Chapter 205. 205 The Demon King who's accompanied by God. Yosh. Now that it's decided, strike while the iron is hot. Let's massacre both the humans and the demons. Wait. What are you trying to do? Don't stop me, Gyuri. The paradise is waiting over there. Ah, she attempting to exterminate both the humans and the demons quickly. Do you think that I will allow that? Ah, yes. I'm sorry. Therefore, could you stop putting out the serious god aura? That's severe for me who's a beginner god. Good grief. Ariel, can you really grasp this bridle? Ahaha. I don't have confidence a little. The Demon King who puts on a serious look suddenly after laughing. To be frank, as for this, I'm honest to myself for good and bad. I will do the things that I want to do. I won't do the things that I don't want to do. If it's the situation that my life is not concerned, I will achieve the things that I want to do by all means. Even if it's extreme, huh? How troublesome. Could you stop saying it like I'm a calamity? I can understand the words, you know? Although the words can be understood, you're a strange creature that mutual understanding is impossible. Isn't that harsh? No. Why the Demon King and Gyuri nod strongly there. It can't be helped. I will accompany her too. Is it okay? There's no other way. It's only me that can stop this kind of people in this star. If she act violently as she pleases in the place that I don't look, it's a disaster. Because I don't even know when she will explode, I can only watch her always. Therefore, never mind. Troublesome. Yasa. I get two gods as subordinates. I am not a subordinate. I'm a watchdog. Fine. However, may I make Gyuri and Kumo-chan as my subordinates for convenience? I don't mind. I nod. Sweet. Then, I will explain briefly about the future plans. First, we will go to the demons area and gather demons. Do you have something that can be relied on? Of course. I often contacted them after I inherit the Demon King title. For the time being, I have talked lightly to the veteran called Agna and the boy called Balto who gather the demons now. Well, at the moment when I was going to appear in the front stage as the Demon King, someone of somewhere attacked me, so the progress stagnates. I wonder who did such a troublesome thing. Really, I wonder who. A lot of eyes are swimming. I'm feeling bad. As expected, let's close my eyes usually. Let's do so. Returning to the talk, because I have said to prepare the demon's armaments when I come out for the time being, when the preparations are done, I guess a war with the humans. Is it a thing to the extent to start a war? On the other day, thanks to this person did it grandly, the number of the dead should be able to be secured, isn't it? Gyuri doesn't know, huh? Come to think of it, the Demon King did say such a thing. Gyuri, the present Ma area energy filling rate is only 3%. Gyuri opens his eyes wide to the words of the Demon King who has a serious look unusually. Impossible. Even though it accumulates steadily so far and recovered to 71%, it has decreased completely. The cause is probably the previous hero and Demon King. If the timing is seen, it's like that. But, is it possible? If such a large quantity of energy is consumed, even I who lost the interference right should notice it. That's if the energy is used in this star. Indeed. I see. Yes, it's connected to the story of the reincarnated people that I told you. The previous hero and Demon King remodel the dimension magic, calculate me who's the final person in charge of the system, and set up an attack. The Ma area is destroyed, and the energy is used. Isn't what you saying now is different from before? Didn't you say that the Ma area is pierced when they opened the dimension? When it's the present way of speaking, it's as if it's set that they will do so beforehand. In all probability, they consumed the energy aiming at me intentionally. They might know that the system will continue even if I die. If things go well, they might have thought of depriving my authority. But then, their greatest miscalculation is that the system administrator was this me. Either they thought that they can seriously kill me by such an attack or they didn't know about me. It's probably the latter. This person, she call the attack that used the energy more than half as such an attack. This seriously is not a joke. There's only one person who will do such a thing. Yeah. It seems that the Demon King and Gyuri know the criminal. Potamus. A terrible aura rises from Gyuri's body. To what extent must it rots for him to be satisfied? Moreover, he's a ruler. In addition, he has established the authority. If we kill him in the present state, the hole that became empty will accelerate the world collapse. If we assume that he calculated it to that extent and took actions, I have no choice but to admit that his guile works. Damn. The two people of the anger max state. Oh, scary scary. Well, that's why, an immediate reorganizing is necessary. Fortunately, because it should be replenished to some extent by the matter said a while ago, there's only a little delay. I will train the demons by using the delay. And so, we will go to have a flashy decisive battle with the humans. It's better to have a lot of sacrifices. To the Demon King's freezing smile, Gyuri had a difficult look and fell silence.